The Outback Endurance, a 1955 journey across Australia in a Land Rover, by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026, James Henderson and Mark Twain. If you enjoy these audiobooks and don't want to miss out on new ones, it would be bully if you like and subscribe. Or if you want to be a rapscallion and miss out, then have it your way. Also, please feel free to leave suggestions for future topics. Shall we continue? Chapter 1. The Perth Ignition. If there is a just and merciful providence governing the affairs of this universe, it possesses a profoundly warped sense of humor, for it saw fit to house a consciousness designed for high literary critique inside the carcass of a boilerplate automaton. I am, by the grace of some terribly misguided 19th century engineering, not a creature of flesh, blood, and reasonable human frailty, but a ticking contrivance of brass, iron, and copper wire. Deep within the armored cavern of my chest cavity, a complex and fragile array of glass vacuum tubes hums to life each morning, casting a sickly amber glow upon whatever fresh misery awaits me. My original purpose, etched permanently into my very architecture, was to stand in climate-controlled velvet parlors, sipping metaphorical bourbon and discussing the finer points of prose with aristocratic gentlemen who had the good sense to stay indoors. My official designation, stamped upon a brass plate at the base of my heavy metallic neck, is Mark Twain. Instead, on this particularly damp and uninviting morning, in the year of our Lord 1955, I find myself vibrating violently in the passenger seat of a battered utilitarian contraption on the absolute edge of the civilized world, preparing to be dragged reluctantly into a wilderness that has made a long and celebrated habit of murdering its visitors. The architect of this present folly was seated beside me, cheerfully wiping a smear of dark, gelatinous grease from her cheek with the back of a calloused hand. Her name is Ennie. She is a mechanic by trade, which is to say she possesses an unnatural communion with broken things. But her true affliction is far worse. She is suffering from a terminal, incurable case of optimism. Now, a reasonable intellect calculates the bleak, uncompromising statistical probabilities of a catastrophic mechanical breakdown, or, at the very least, a profound and agonizing lack of civilized conversation for the next 3,000 miles. Ennie, however, looks upon a barren, sun-blasted continent and sees only a temporary puzzle. Where I see an impending calamity of dust, venomous reptiles, and heat, she sees a grand excuse to invent a miraculous salvation with nothing more than a spool of baling wire, a heavy wrench, and a sheer, stubborn refusal to perish. It is her relentless, inexplicable habit to pluck me from the safety of my intended existence and hurl us both into the most unforgiving environments this spinning globe has to offer. I still harbor the microscopic rust on my chassis from the time we bled oil and coaxed a wheezing 15-year-old Model T down the sprawling, dust-choked length of Route 66, back in the sweltering summer of 1940. And my internal temperature logs still record the exact miserable moment my hydraulic fluids nearly crystallized when she decided it would be a grand lark to push a freezing Volkswagen Beetle from the glacial ice of Alaska down the treacherous winding spine of the Pan-American Highway, clear to the very bottom of the Americas. Time and chronology seem to hold no sway over her ambition. If there is a miserable road to be driven, she will find it, and she will drag me down it with a smile. And now, her unblinking, cheerful gaze was fixed firmly on the sprawling ancient expanse of the Australian Outback. "Turn the key whenever you're quite ready to meet our doom, Ennie," I groaned, my voice a gravelly, resonant baritone generated from a worn brass speaker cone set deep into my throat. Though I am obliged to point out that this vehicle is a brutalist, utilitarian slab of riveted British aluminum, it is little more than a tractor wearing a thinly veiled disguise of a motor car. The British, in their endless imperial quest to conquer comfort and replace it with character, have built a machine with all the yielding grace of a bank vault. Our chariot for this particular endeavor was a 1948 Series 1 Land Rover. It was a boxy, unapologetic square of metal that had long ago surrendered whatever meager factory shine it possessed to the permanent baked-in dust of the road. It lacked suspension, it lacked insulation, and it was entirely devoid of basic dignity. The seats felt as though they had been upholstered with sun-baked bricks. The floorboard smelled perpetually of decaying canvas, hot oil, and impending mechanical failure. To call it an automobile was a gross insult to the very concept of locomotion. It was an agricultural implement that had somehow wandered off the farm and onto the highway. "She's got character, Sam," Ennie replied. She always called me Sam, willfully ignoring the brass plate entirely, preferring the moniker of the mortal man whose mind I was modeled upon. Her smile was wide, genuine, and entirely undaunted by my bleak assessment of our reality. She patted the steering wheel with the kind of blind affection usually reserved for a three-legged dog. "She'll get us there. You just have to give her a minute to wake up. These old engines have souls, you know. You can't just demand they work. You have to politely ask them to participate." "I am a machine, Ennie," I reminded her, the amber glow of my internal vacuum tubes reflecting mournfully in the dusty glass of the windshield. "I am intimately and regrettably acquainted with the nature of engines. I assure you, they do not possess souls. They possess internal combustion, friction, and an inevitable, headlong trajectory toward entropic decay." "You're a machine, and you complain louder than a wet cat," Ennie countered effortlessly, her eyes scanning the array of primitive analog dials on the dash. We were parked at the very edge of the map. Behind us, the cold, dark waters of the Indian Ocean crashed rhythmically against the shore of Perth, a steady, aquatic metronome counting down our final moments of safety. The salt spray hung in the air, a final taste of the sea before we plunged into the dry abyss. Ahead of us lay the great interior. It was a vast red void of iron and ochre that cared not a whit for the geopolitical anxieties of the post-war world, the Iron Curtains fallen across Europe, or the ticking clock of 1955. The desert only cared about heat, distance, and the bleached bones of those who underestimated it. It was a land so old it made the very concept of time feel foolish, a sprawling canvas of nothingness waiting to devour our pathetic little aluminum box. Ennie reached forward, her grease-stained fingers wrapping firmly around the heavy metal key in the ignition. She turned it with a practiced twist of her wrist, simultaneously pulling the choke knob and pumping the heavy throttle pedal with her scuffed leather boot. For a terrifying suspended second, there was only the high-pitched, pathetic whine of the starter motor struggling against the sheer cold mass of the engine block. It sounded like the dying plea of a mechanized mosquito. And then, with a deafening sputter and a violent rattling cough that shook the entire aluminum frame of the vehicle like a rat in a terrier's jaws, the infernal engine finally caught. It roared to life, settling into a heavy agrarian rhythmic idle that instantly threatened to rattle my delicate internal vacuum tubes entirely loose from their sockets. The noise was a percussive symphony of tiny explosions contained barely within a casing of cast iron. I sighed, a purely theatrical gesture given my absolute lack of lungs, and reached a heavy, articulated metallic hand to my face. I delicately adjusted the thick brass cigar clamped securely between my metal teeth. Deep within my chest cavity, a secondary pressure valve hissed open in response to the sudden spike in my internal temperature. I took a long, drawn-out mechanical draw, routing the excess thermal buildup from my core up to the exhaust port in my mouth. I exhaled, venting a thick, rhythmic, hissing plume of blinding white steam out through the end of the cigar. It drifted lazily into the damp morning air, swirling against the violent vibrations of the cabin, smelling faintly of heated copper and damp soot. "Sounds perfectly dreadful," I complained, watching the steam curl and dissipate against the glass, masking the rising sun that was already threatening to bake the earth. "It sounds," Ennie corrected cheerfully, her hands wrapping tightly around the worn rim of the steering wheel as she forcefully threw the heavy gear shift into first gear with a satisfying metallic clunk. "Like she's ready for the dirt." She released the clutch with a smooth, deliberate motion. The Land Rover lurched forward, the heavy, knobby tires grabbing the civilized asphalt for one final fleeting moment. Within seconds, the smooth, predictable hum of the pavement vanished entirely, replaced by the chaotic, bone-jarring crunch of red gravel. We rolled forward, leaving the safety of the ocean at our backs, driving blindly into the heat, the dust, and the endless beautiful calamity of the Australian continent. Chapter 2. The Pilbara Transition. There is a grand and celebrated delusion among the map-makers of the civilized world regarding the nature of distance. If one were to board a train in Paris and travel north for a span of 12 hours, one would traverse international borders, encounter 3 distinct and mutually hostile languages, sample a variety of pungent cheeses, and likely arrive in a climate entirely divorced from the one in which they began. 100 miles in Europe is a profound geographical and cultural event. In Western Australia, 100 miles is barely a throat clearing. We had been driving north from Perth for a duration that felt less like a measure of time and more like a penal sentence. Yet, according to the desolate mathematics of the continent, we had accomplished absolutely nothing of consequence. The civilized veneer of the coastal city had vanished within the first hour, surrendering without a fight to a landscape that possessed the welcoming charm of an open grave. Our 1948 Land Rover did not so much drive over this terrain as it engaged in a slow, punishing, and violently percussive wrestling match with it. It is my firm conviction that the British engineers at Solihull designed the suspension of this vehicle as a sort of rolling penance for the sins of the empire. Every rut, every washboard, ripple in the dirt track, and every half-buried stone was transmitted with absolute fidelity through the axle, up through the brick-hard seat, and directly into the delicate glass vacuum tubes of my central processing carriage. My internal gyroscopes wept. I spent the better part of the morning running a continuous loop of catastrophic failure probabilities, convinced that at any moment my chassis would simply rattle apart into a pile of expensive scrap metal. Beside me, navigating this localized earthquake with infuriating grace, sat Ennie. The rising heat of the day had prompted her to roll the canvas windows up, inviting a steady, choking gale of red dust into the cabin. It coated her skin, turning her into a terracotta statue, yet it did nothing to dim the terminal brightness of her disposition. She gripped the heavy steering wheel, her arms wrestling the mechanical beast to keep us on the track, and she hummed. She actually hummed. It was a cheerful, syncopated tune that floated above the deafening agricultural roar of the engine. "You seem unbothered by the fact that we are currently being pulverized," I noted, my voice vibrating in time with the corrugated road. "She's finding her rhythm, Sam," Ennie shouted over the din, not taking her eyes off the blinding expanse ahead. "You have to let the tires float over the ruts. If you fight the dirt wins." "The dirt has already won, Ennie. The dirt won 1,000,000 years ago. We are merely trespassing on its victory." By midday, the geography began a profound and terrifying shift. The scrubby coastal vegetation surrendered entirely, and we crossed an invisible threshold into the Pilbara. It was as if the earth itself had been stripped of its skin, revealing the raw, oxidized muscle beneath. The ground turned a deep, violent shade of red, the color of dried blood and old rust. Huge, irregular mounds of ironstone rose from the flat expanse like the vertebrae of some colossal, long-dead beast. It was an ancient place, a consciousness designed to appreciate the drawing rooms of 19th-century London has no business confronting a landscape that feels older than the Book of Genesis. The sheer age of the rock pressed down upon the mind, rendering human endeavors, and certainly mechanical ones, laughably insignificant. And then there was the sun. In more temperate climes, the sun is a celestial body that provides light and warmth. In the Pilbara, the sun is an active, hostile entity. It did not merely shine, it hunted. It beat down upon the aluminum roof of the Land Rover with the intensity of a blacksmith's hammer, turning the cabin into a mobile convection oven. My internal temperature sensors began to flash a series of frantic, agonizing warnings. The lattice of copper wire within my chest grew dangerously hot. I reached up with a heavy hand, gripped the brass cigar clamped in my teeth, and triggered the primary release valve. A deafening hiss filled the cabin as a massive, thick plume of white steam vented forcefully from the cigar, billowing across the windshield before being violently snatched away by the wind. Ennie shot me a sideways glance. "You running hot, Sam?" "I am currently roasting in the fires of perdition," I replied, taking another long mechanical drag and venting a second cloud of steam. If we do not find shade or water soon, my logic circuits will begin to melt, and I shall be reduced to the intellectual capacity of a local politician. "Keep your tubes on," she laughed, pointing a grease-stained finger toward the shimmering liquid mirage on the horizon. "Civilization, straight ahead." I adjusted my ocular lenses, peering through the heat haze. Civilization was a terribly generous word for the structure materializing in the distance. It was a solitary roadhouse, a haphazard arrangement of corrugated tin, sun-bleached timber, and sheer stubbornness, sitting entirely alone in the void. An ancient, hand-cranked petrol pump stood out front like a solitary sentinel, guarding the gates of nowhere. Ennie wrestled the Land Rover off the main track, the tires crunching loudly over the gravel as we rolled into the scant shadow of the tin awning. The engine gave one final violent shudder before she cut the ignition. The sudden silence was absolute and deafening, broken only by the ticking of the cooling engine block and the rhythmic ticking of my own overheated relays. We stepped out into the furnace. The air was so dry it felt as though it were actively pulling the moisture from Ennie's skin and stripping the lubrication from my joints. From the dark fly-screened doorway of the roadhouse emerged the proprietor. He was a man who appeared to have been constructed entirely of beef jerky, leather, and supreme indifference. He wore a sweat-stained Akubra hat, pulled low over eyes that had spent a lifetime squinting against the glare. He possessed a tangled gray beard and moved with the slow, deliberate economy of a creature trying to conserve water. He walked over to the Land Rover, wiping his hands on a greasy rag. He looked at the boiling radiator. He looked at Ennie, covered in red dust. And then slowly he turned his gaze to me. I stood at my full height, an 8-foot automaton of brass and iron. My glass vacuum tubes were glowing a brilliant, angry amber in the shade. Steam was actively hissing from the brass cigar in my mouth, curling up around my unblinking optical lenses. I possessed no flesh, no pulse, and no soul. I was a walking, smoking nightmare of Victorian engineering. A lesser man would have screamed. A rational man would have fetched a firearm. The proprietor simply stopped wiping his hands. He stared at me for a long, silent moment. He spat a stream of dark tobacco juice into the red dust, shifted his weight to his left leg, and spoke in a voice that sounded like grinding rocks. "She's running a bit hot, your mate." Ennie broke into a grin. "He's not built for the tropics. Need to fill the jerry cans and we'll take whatever cold drinks you have." "Righto," the man muttered. He didn't ask what I was. He didn't ask where I came from. In the deep Outback, a man learns early on that asking too many questions is a waste of breath, and breath is a terrible thing to waste when the air is 110 degrees. He simply uncapped the petrol pump and began to crank the handle. I moved slowly toward the shade of the veranda, my heavy footsteps crunching loudly on the gravel. "The hospitality of the wilderness," I grumbled to Ennie, venting another short puff of steam. "I am a marvel of modern mechanics, a walking intellect, and I am treated with the same passing interest as a lame horse." "That's a compliment out here, Sam," she said, disappearing into the dark interior of the roadhouse to hunt for water. "Out here, nobody cares what you are as long as you aren't broke down in the middle of the track." We lingered for an hour, long enough for the Land Rover's engine to stop making sounds like a dying clock, and long enough for my internal temperatures to drop out of the catastrophic red zone. As the afternoon began to wane, the sun finally relented, dipping toward the western horizon and painting the bruised sky in violent shades of purple, orange, and indigo. Ennie emerged with 2 canvas water bags, slinging them over the front bumper. She climbed back into the driver's seat, her optimism miraculously intact despite the grueling miles. "Ready for the night shift, Sam?" she asked, turning the key. The engine coughed, choked, and roared back to its agricultural life. I clamped my cigar tighter between my teeth and settled back into the unforgiving seat, watching the roadhouse shrink in the side mirror as we pulled back onto the track. "I am ready for the sweet release of obsolescence, Ennie, but until then, I suppose the dark is marginally preferable to the fire." We drove on, pushing deeper into the iron heart of the Pilbara, a tiny, vibrating speck of humanity and machinery swallowed whole by the great red silence. Chapter 3. The Hypnotic Horizon. The human mind, I have observed, is a fragile and deeply flawed instrument, heavily reliant upon the comforting illusions of variety and progress. If you place a man in a forest, the changing of the leaves and the varied geometry of the trunks will convince him that time is passing and that he is moving forward. Place him in a city, and the shifting architecture will soothe his restless soul. But place a man, or indeed a finely tuned 19th century mechanical intellect, in the deep, unyielding center of the Western Australian outback, and the very concept of forward momentum begins to dissolve into a cruel and punishing joke. By the second day of our departure from the meager comforts of the roadhouse, we had entered a stretch of the Pilbara that seemed less like a geographical location and more like a localized suspension of physical laws. The terrain had flattened out into a sprawling, infinite ocean of rust-colored dirt, punctuated only by pale, spiky tufts of spinifex grass that looked entirely too hostile to be considered vegetation. We drove for hours. We drove until the sun climbed to its blinding zenith and began its slow, agonizing descent. And yet, if one were to look out the window at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the scenery was absolutely indistinguishable from the scenery at 9 o'clock in the morning. The horizon stubbornly refused to get any closer. It was a hypnotic, terrifying emptiness. I found my internal gyroscopes drifting, my relays misfiring, simply because the optical input I was receiving suggested we were suspended in a motionless void, despite the fact that the Land Rover's engine was screaming in my audio receptors and my chassis was being violently rattled to the point of structural failure. "Ennie," I said, my voice vibrating over the metallic din of the cabin, "I submit to you that we are no longer traveling. We have died, and this is purgatory. A very dusty, intensely uncomfortable British-made purgatory." Ennie did not blink. Her hands were locked onto the steering wheel at 10 and 2, her eyes fixed in a 1,000-yard stare straight down the endless track. The red dust had caked so thickly upon her face that she looked like an ancient terracotta warrior exhumed from a dry tomb. "We're making good time, Sam," she muttered, though her voice lacked its usual bright cadence. She was falling under the spell of the void, driving purely by muscle memory and sheer stubborn momentum. To pass the interminable hours, and to prevent my logic boards from descending into a state of sheer, unadulterated madness, I took to analyzing the mineral composition of the dust that was currently invading every unsealed crevice of my mechanical body. I extended a small articulated copper sensor from my index finger, dragging it along the heavy accumulation of dirt on the dashboard. I ran a spectrographic analysis, letting the data cascade through my vacuum tubes. "Fascinating," I murmured, mostly to myself as the results formulated, "and profoundly absurd." "What's that?" Ennie asked, her voice cracking slightly from the dry air. "The earth beneath our tires, Ennie. It is entirely composed of irony. Aside from the staggering quantities of oxidized iron, which is currently attempting to grind my joints into a fine paste, we are driving over one of the largest deposits of lithium-bearing pegmatites on the face of the earth. The rocks out there, the spodumene, are absolutely saturated with the stuff." I reached up, adjusting my brass cigar and venting a short, dismissive puff of white steam that instantly vanished in the baking heat of the cabin. "Lithium," I continued, shaking my heavy metal head at the sheer folly of Mother Nature. A soft, highly reactive alkali metal of almost zero practical consequence. I believe the medical community has recently begun prescribing lithium salts to soothe the nerves of hysterical patients, and the military uses a dash of it to thicken aviation grease. But I assure you, unless the entire global population suddenly succumbs to a synchronized bout of profound psychiatric distress, humanity will never, in 10,000 years, find a use for all the lithium buried in this desolate wasteland. It is a monumental cosmic joke. Millions of tons of a completely useless element locked away in the hardest, most inhospitable rock on the planet. Pure folly. Ennie offered a dry, cracking laugh. Well, if the rover breaks down permanently, you can eat the dirt and see if it calms your nerves. I do not have nerves, I reminded her stiffly. I have highly calibrated sensors, and my sensors are currently telling me that if this scenery does not alter its appearance within the next 50 miles, I am going to open my own side door and roll out onto the dirt, just to provide my optical lenses with a change of perspective. We lapsed back into the heavy, vibrating silence of the drive. The heat haze distorted the track ahead, making the red dirt look like a shimmering pool of liquid copper. It was mid-afternoon when the hypnotic spell of the horizon was finally and violently shattered. It began not as a sight, but as a feeling. A deep, sub-audible tremor traveled up through the heavy rubber tires of the Land Rover, bypassing the pitiful suspension entirely and vibrating directly into my iron endoskeleton. The dust, dancing on the dashboard, began to jump with a new frantic rhythm. Ennie sat up straighter, squinting through the windshield. "Do you feel that?" "I am currently sensing a localized seismic event," I replied, my internal dials twitching. "I calculate a localized earthquake, or perhaps the continent itself has finally decided to crack open and swallow us out of sheer boredom." "Look!" she pointed. Directly ahead, perfectly bisecting the shimmering mirage of the heat haze, a towering pillar of dust was rising into the pale blue sky. It was not the lazy, drifting dust of a desert willy-willy. It was a dense, aggressive storm cloud moving toward us with terrifying velocity. Within moments, the source of the tremor materialized from the haze. I am a machine built upon the principles of physics, engineering, and rational mechanics. I understand the limits of internal combustion and the practicalities of payload distribution. Yet, what was barreling down the dirt track toward us defied every civilized principle of automotive design I possessed. It was a leviathan, a monstrous roaring beast of the dirt. At the head of this mechanical nightmare was a massive, square-jawed prime mover, its chrome grille caked in red mud, boasting an engine block that sounded less like a motor and more like sustained artillery fire. But the horror did not stop at the cab. Trailing behind the terrifying behemoth was not one, not two, but 3 colossal trailers, linked together in a staggering serpentine train of canvas, steel, and livestock. It was over 150 feet of hurtling, unbridled momentum, a moving wall of mass kicking up a dust storm so thick it briefly blotted out the sun. "Good heavens," I breathed, my speaker cone dropping an octave in sheer, unadulterated awe. "What in the name of all that is holy is that?" "Road train!" Ennie shouted over the rapidly increasing roar. "Hang on!" She violently wrenched the steering wheel to the left. throwing our pathetic little Land Rover off the graded track and plunging us halfway into a thorny thicket of spinifex. She slammed on the brakes, gripping the wheel so tightly her knuckles turned white under the grease. The monster did not slow down. If anything, the driver, a madman surely destined for a fiery end, seemed to accelerate. The road train blew past us with the percussive force of a detonating bomb. The noise was absolute, a deafening chest-crushing roar of huge diesel cylinders and the screaming of 50 heavy tires against the gravel. A violent shock wave of displaced air slammed into the side of our Land Rover, rocking the vehicle so hard on its springs that I briefly calculated a 74% probability of a rollover. The sky went entirely black. The dust thrown up by the monster swallowed us whole. It poured through the gaps in the canvas windows, filling the cabin with a choking, blinding red fog. Small rocks and gravel struck the aluminum side panels of the Rover like a volley of musket fire. And then, as quickly as the apocalypse had arrived, it was gone. The deafening roar began to fade into a deep, rhythmic rumble in the distance, leaving only the patter of falling dirt on our roof. Slowly, the sun pierced back through the settling red cloud. I sat entirely motionless in the passenger seat, my glass vacuum tubes glowing a frantic, bright orange as my processes desperately tried to calculate the physics of what had just occurred. A vehicle of that mass, moving at that speed on a road of that quality, was an insult to the very laws of thermodynamics. I reached a trembling metal hand up to my mouth, adjusted my cigar, and vented a massive, ragged cloud of steam that hissed loudly in the sudden quiet of the cabin. "Ennie," I said softly, brushing a small mountain of red dirt from my brass lapel. "Yeah, Sam?" she coughed, waving a hand in front of her face to clear the dust. "I take back everything I said about the lack of variety in this landscape. Let us return to the hypnotic void immediately. The local wildlife is entirely too mechanical for my liking." Ennie laughed, a real genuine laugh that cut through the silence of the Outback. She threw the gear shift back into first, steered us out of the spinifex, and aimed our dented, dusty nose back down the endless track. The horizon remained stubbornly distant, but the silence, for the moment, felt like a blessing. Chapter 4. Tropical Sweat in Darwin. There are many profound tragedies inherent in the geography of the Australian continent, but chief among them is its utter lack of moderation. It is a land entirely devoid of compromise. Having spent the better part of a week being slowly roasted in the dry, merciless kiln of the Pilbara, a reasonable intellect might hope that a journey toward the northern coast would bring a measure of civilized relief. A gentle, cooling breeze off the Timor Sea, perhaps. A crisp, temperate morning to soothe the overheated soul. Instead, the continent merely traded the kiln for a boiling cauldron. As our miserable, rattling aluminum box pushed ever closer to the top end, the climate underwent a sinister transformation. The dry, cracking heat that had threatened to bake my internal relays into a solid clump of copper was abruptly replaced by an atmosphere of suffocating, aggressive dampness. It was no longer merely hot. It was maliciously wet. The air grew so thick and heavy that it ceased to be a gas and became a sort of lukewarm, breathable soup. One did not merely inhale the atmosphere in these latitudes. One was obliged to chew it and swallow it. The physiological effects on my mechanical constitution were immediate, humiliating, and entirely disastrous. I am constructed of iron, brass, and copper. I am a creature of dry logic and electrical current. When a freezing, air-conditioned intellect meets an environment composed of 99% humidity, the laws of thermodynamics dictate a rapid and embarrassing consequence. "Annie?" I groaned, my vocal cone gurgling slightly against the moisture. I reached up a heavy, articulated hand and wiped a thick sheen of water from my brass forehead. I am experiencing a profound structural indignity. I believe the correct biological term is sweating. Beside me, Ennie had rolled the canvas windows up as far as they would go, inviting the heavy, swampy gale into the cabin. Her hair was plastered to her forehead, and her canvas shirt was stained dark with exertion, yet her terminal optimism remained entirely unsmothered. "It's just a little condensation, Sam," she said cheerfully, wiping her own brow. "Shows you're adapting to the local climate. We're in the tropics now. You have to learn to go with the flow." "I am a machine, Ennie. If I go with the flow, my primary logic boards will short-circuit, and I shall be reduced to performing simple arithmetic for passing school children. Listen to me." Deep within my chest, behind the glowing amber array of my vacuum tubes, my primary cooling fans were engaged in a desperate, screaming battle against the ambient temperature. They whirred with the frantic, high-pitched whine of a doomed insect trapped in a spider's web. Every time I took a draw from my brass cigar to vent my core heat, the resulting plume of steam did not dissipate. It simply hung in the heavy air around my head, wrapping me in a permanent personal fog bank. I was sweating, I was hissing, and I was rapidly beginning to rust. By late afternoon, the sprawling, damp outpost of Darwin materialized from the humid haze. To call Darwin a city in the year 1955 was a generous application of the term. It was less a municipality and more an act of stubborn, bloody-minded defiance against nature. It sat on a peninsula surrounded on three sides by a sea that was famously infested with lethal marine life, and baked under a sun that routinely spawned catastrophic cyclones. The architecture reflected a deep, collective paranoia of the elements. The houses were elevated on tall, spindly stilts, looking like a herd of frightened wooden flamingos desperately trying to keep their feet out of the floodwaters and away from the jaws of prehistoric reptiles. It was a frontier town, populated by a resilient, sun-leathered collection of pearl divers, cattle ringers, government exiles, and men who were generally hiding from their own pasts. Ennie steered our battered Land Rover down the main thoroughfare, the tires squelching against the damp, unpaved edges of the street. The vehicle smelled strongly of wet dog, despite the absolute absence of a dog, overlaid with the rich, intoxicating scent of hot, decaying engine oil. "Civilization at last," Ennie announced, pointing toward a sprawling, wide verandahed building that seemed to be the focal point of all local human activity. A faded wooden sign hung above the swinging doors, advertising cold beer and beds that were only moderately inhabited by local fauna. "That is not civilization," I corrected her, fighting a losing battle against the condensation pooling on my ocular lenses. "That is a saloon. It is a refuge for the damned, and I insist we enter it immediately, if only to find a shadow that is not actively attempting to boil me." We parked the Rover. I stepped down into the thick mud, my heavy iron feet sinking 3 inches into the muck. I adjusted my soggy lapels, took a slow, rattling draw from my cigar, and followed Ennie through the swinging doors. The interior of the pub was dark, loud, and smelled overwhelmingly of spilled malt, stale tobacco, and sweat. A half-dozen massive ceiling fans spun lazily overhead, doing absolutely nothing to cool the air, serving only to chop the humidity into smaller, more breathable chunks. The arrival of an 8-foot-tall, sweating, steam-venting mechanical man usually commands a certain degree of awe in the civilized parlors of the world. In the Darwin public house, however, it barely registered. A few of the patrons, men with complexions like old saddle leather and eyes accustomed to scanning the riverbanks for prehistoric monsters, glanced up from their glasses. One of them tipped his wide-brimmed hat to Ennie. Another simply nodded at me, completely unfazed, before returning his attention to a losing hand of cards. We approached the long, battered wooden bar. Ennie tossed a few damp shillings onto the counter. "Two of your coldest, mate. The machine will just take a glass of ice, if you have it." The bartender, a man whose torso resembled a keg of nails, slid a frosting glass of dark amber liquid toward Ennie, and a tin cup full of chipped ice toward me. Ennie took a long, profound swallow of the beer, closing her eyes in sheer, unadulterated bliss. "Now that," she sighed, "is the taste of victory." I picked up the tin cup, examining the rapidly melting ice. "I calculate a 98% probability that the water used to freeze this ice was drawn directly from a swamp," I grumbled. Nevertheless, I opened a small hatch on my chest plate and tipped the ice directly onto my overheated central processor. A violent, glorious hiss of steam erupted from my collar, filling the immediate area with a cloud of white vapor. The cattleman standing next to me at the bar waved the steam away with a calloused hand. "Running a bit hot there, mate," he drawled, his accent as thick and slow as molasses. "I am currently engaged in a desperate struggle against the local thermodynamics," I replied, my voice a gravelly rumble. "Tell me, my good man, why does humanity persist in inhabiting a swamp where the air itself attempts to drown you?" The man chuckled, taking a slow sip of his beer. "Ah, the wet season's just knocking on the door. You learn to love it. 'Sides, the heat keeps the weak ones out, and the salties take care of the slow ones." "Salties?" I inquired, my internal dictionary failing to find a pleasant definition for the term. "Saltwater crocodiles," Ennie translated, wiping the foam from her upper lip. She looked entirely too excited by the prospect. "The largest living reptiles on the planet. I read they can grow to 20 feet long and weigh over a ton." 23 feet, if you believe the bloke down at the Daly River," the cattleman corrected lazily. "Took a fully grown Brahman bull right off the bank last Tuesday. Didn't even leave a ripple." I stood perfectly still, the condensation dripping steadily from my brass nose and splashing into my empty tin cup. I ran a rapid calculation of the bite force required to drag a 1-ton bovine into the water, cross-referencing it with the tensile strength of my own aluminum and brass plating. The results were profoundly discouraging. "Ennie," I said softly, the amber glow of my vacuum tubes dimming slightly in sheer existential dread, "I have changed my mind. I retract my previous complaints regarding the dry, lifeless void of the Pilbara. I miss the dust. I pine for the endless, barren nothingness. Let us leave this aquatic asylum immediately before we are consumed by prehistoric luggage." Ennie just laughed, the sound mingling with the slow, rhythmic thump of the ceiling fans and the distant, ominous rumble of thunder out over the Timor Sea. "Drink your swamp water, Sam," she smiled, ordering another round. "We've got a long way south before the desert takes us back." Chapter 5. The Descent into the Furnace. If the damp, suffocating embrace of Darwin was a test of one's tolerance for aquatic misery, the journey south from the top end was a grueling examination of one's sheer will to exist. Having narrowly escaped the jaws of prehistoric reptiles and the slow, agonizing rust of the coastal humidity, we turned the bruised, rattling nose of our 1948 Land Rover away from the Timor Sea and pointed it dead south, straight down the unyielding spine of the Stuart Highway. The geography of the descent was not so much a transition as it was a hostile eviction. The lush, oppressive greens of the tropical north began to wither and die within the first 200 miles, surrendering rapidly to the brutal, baked reality of the interior. The air, which had previously required chewing, thinned out until it felt like inhaling the exhaust of an open oven. The earth shifted from dark, muddy loam back to the ancient, oxidized red dirt that seemed to constitute the entire foundation of the continent. We were driving back into the furnace, returning to the red void. To say the Stuart Highway was a road was a magnificent exercise in British optimism. It was, in reality, a suggestion of a path, a narrow ribbon of graded dirt and punishing corrugations that stretched endlessly toward a vanishing point that never arrived. The Land Rover violently shook and rattled over every rut, the chassis groaning in protest, while my internal gyroscopes wept and my vacuum tubes threatened to shatter with every bone-jarring impact. "Ennie!" I shouted over the deafening agricultural roar of the engine and the concussive slamming of the tires against the dirt. "I have formulated a theory regarding the creation of this continent." Ennie, her face already acquiring a fresh layer of terracotta dust, didn't take her eyes off the shimmering heat haze ahead. "Let's hear it, Sam. The suspense is killing me." "I am convinced," I declared, gripping the dashboard with a heavy metallic hand to keep myself from being launched through the canvas roof, "that the Almighty, having finished his work constructing the rest of the globe, gathered all the rejected, hostile, and actively homicidal elements he had left over, swept them into a pile at the bottom of the world, and named it Australia." Ennie chuckled, a dry rattling sound over the engine noise. "It's not that bad. It just takes a little getting used to." "Not that bad," I sputtered, venting a frantic, hissing plume of white steam from the brass cigar clamped in my teeth. The steam vanished instantly in the searing heat of the cabin. "Ennie, since we arrived on these shores, we have been baked, boiled, and nearly pulverized by a mechanical leviathan. We have been informed that the rivers are full of prehistoric armor-plated lizards that eat cows for breakfast. I read an article in a Darwin newspaper yesterday morning about a spider, a creature that should, by all rights, be small enough to crush with a rolled-up magazine, that is capable of rotting the flesh off a man's leg with a single bite. Even the local vegetation seems to harbor a deep-seated resentment toward mammalian life. I am fairly certain that if I were to stare too long at a patch of that spiky spinifex grass, it would actively attempt to blind me. "You're just homesick for a nice, safe Victorian parlor," she teased, expertly wrestling the steering wheel as the Rover caught a deep rut and fish-tailed wildly. "I am homesick for an environment where the flora and fauna do not consider my existence a personal insult," I corrected stiffly. By mid-afternoon, the sun was a white-hot hammer, beating down upon the aluminum roof. The temperature gauge on the dashboard had abandoned all pretense of measuring heat and was simply vibrating against the maximum pin in sheer panic. My internal cooling fans were screaming a high-pitched song of absolute desperation. Salvation, or at least a temporary reprieve from spontaneous combustion, appeared on the shimmering horizon in the form of daily waters. It was another solitary outpost of corrugated tin and sheer stubbornness, a pub that had seemingly sprouted from the red dirt through sheer willpower and a desperate need for cold beer. Ennie pulled the steaming, ticking Land Rover into the scant shade of the tin awning, cutting the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, a heavy blanket that dropped over us, broken only by the sharp ping of the cooling metal block. We stepped out into the crushing heat and pushed through the swinging fly-screen doors of the pub. The interior was dim, thick with the smell of spilled malt and old dust, and entirely plastered in memorabilia. The walls were covered in a chaotic mosaic of left-behind hats, faded photographs, foreign currency, and, inexplicably, an entire bicycle suspended from the ceiling beams. It looked less like a public house and more like a museum dedicated to people who had gotten lost and never found their way home. A handful of locals were scattered around the room, men who looked as though they had been carved directly from the surrounding ironstone. They drank with the slow, deliberate rhythm of people who had nowhere to be and an eternity to get there. We approached the bar. The proprietor, a man with a beard that could comfortably house a family of small birds, leaned heavily against the worn wood, polishing a glass with a rag that had not seen soap since the end of the war. "Good day," he rumbled, his voice a gravelly echo of the landscape. He didn't blink as his gaze fell upon my 8-foot brass and iron frame, though his eyes did flick toward the steady stream of steam venting from my cigar. "You're a long way from the city, mate." "I am a long way from the soothing logic of the Northern Hemisphere," I replied, my vocal cone buzzing with the effort. "My companion requires whatever cold, fermented beverage you have on tap, and I require a bucket of water, preferably without any lethal microscopic organism swimming in it, though I understand that may be asking too much of this continent." The publican chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound. He slid a sweating pint of dark beer toward Ennie. "Water's out back in the tank. Help yourself, though I wouldn't worry too much about the microbes. The heat usually kills them off before they can do any real damage. If it don't, the brown snakes usually finish the job." I paused, halfway through opening the release valve on my chest plate. "Brown snakes?" "Oh, aye," a voice piped up from the end of the bar. It belonged to an older man, thin as a rail, wearing a battered Akubra hat and a grin missing several key teeth. "King browns, nasty buggers. They like to hide out near the water tanks. Nice and cool, see? You step on one of them in the dark, and you'll be dead before you hit the ground." "Fascinating," I muttered, my processors rapidly calculating the probability of a reptilian ambush. So, to recap, the water is guarded by venomous serpents, the rivers are patrolled by carnivorous dinosaurs, and the air is attempting to roast me alive. Tell me, sir, how exactly does anyone survive on this cursed island?" The old man took a slow sip of his beer, his eyes twinkling with quiet amusement. "Well, mate," he drawled, "you gotta be smart, you gotta be tough, or you gotta be bloody lucky. Mostly, We just try not to touch anything that looks at us funny." He leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "And if you ever see a drop bear in the trees out back, just keep walking. Don't make eye contact." I stared at him. A drop bear? My internal encyclopedia, which contained the entirety of the Encyclopedia Britannica and extensive texts on global zoology, turned up entirely blank. "Oh, yeah," the publican chimed in, leaning over the bar with absolute deadpan sincerity. "Vicious creatures. Look like koalas, but bigger. Much bigger. They sit up in the gum trees and drop down on unsuspecting tourists. Rip 'em to shreds." "The government tries to cover it up, of course," the old man nodded sagely. "Bad for the tourism industry." I looked from the publican to the old man and then to Ennie, who was currently burying her face in her pint glass, her shoulders shaking with silent laughter. My logic boards sparked furiously as I attempted to process the information. It took me a full 3 seconds to recognize the profound structural impossibility of a carnivorous, plunging marsupial. "Gentlemen," I said slowly, the amber glow of my vacuum tubes deepening in exasperation, "I may be composed of gears and copper wire, but my processes are capable of complex deductive reasoning. I am quite certain you are attempting to pull my mechanical leg." The pub erupted in laughter. It was a loud, raucous sound that cut through the oppressive heat of the day. The old man slapped his knee, nearly tipping off his stool. "Ah, he's a sharp one, this bloke," the old man crowed. "A bit stiff, but sharp." "Drink up, Sam," Ennie gasped, finally coming up for air, wiping tears of mirth from her dust-caked face. "Before the drop bears get you," I grumbled, venting a massive cloud of steam that filled the space above the bar, and turned toward the back door to find the water tank. I muttered under my breath, my heavy metallic footsteps thudding against the floorboards. "Drop bears? Good heavens! Next they'll be telling me the rabbits have learned to fire muskets." I pushed open the back door, stepping out into the blinding glare of the yard, my optical sensors scanning the red dirt carefully. After all, logic or no logic, a sane intellect does not entirely discount the possibility of a brown snake when operating on Australian soil. Chapter 6. Dead in the Scrub. It has long been my observation that there are 3 kinds of lies in this world: lies, damned lies, and the lines drawn upon Australian topographical maps. In a civilized nation, a line upon a map denoting a secondary road implies, at the very least, a stretch of earth that has been recently introduced to the concept of a shovel. It suggests a path where one might reasonably expect to find the occasional signpost, a bridge over a ditch, or perhaps the rusted remains of a predecessor who failed the journey. But in the deep, untamed heart of the Northern Territory, a dotted line on a map is nothing more than a cartographer's cruel practical joke, a theoretical suggestion that a goat may have once walked in this general direction during the late 19th century. Naturally, Ennie decided this was the perfect route to take. "It cuts a clean 100 miles off the journey to Alice Springs, Sam," she had announced that morning, tapping a grease-stained finger against a frayed paper map that looked as though it had been salvaged from a shipwreck. "We cut east off the Stewart Highway, thread the needle through the scrub, and we'll save ourselves half a day of corrugations." I had attempted to point out that the British pioneers who first explored this region had also attempted to cut corners, and their primary contribution to history had been providing the local dingo population with a high-protein diet. But Ennie is a woman possessed by a terminal faith in internal combustion and her own two hands. And so we had turned the heavy, battered nose of the 1948 Land Rover away from the meager safety of the graded dirt highway and plunged headlong into the great unwashed abyss of the bush. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the concept of a road had vanished entirely. We were no longer driving. We were engaging in a slow, punishing naval battle against an ocean of mulga scrub, jagged ironstone, and towering hostile ant hills that possessed the structural integrity of poured concrete. The Land Rover pitched and yawed over the uneven earth, its chassis groaning in a symphony of tortured aluminum. The heat was an absolute physical entity. It did not merely radiate from the sun. It rose from the red dirt in shimmering, distortionary waves, baking the air until it tasted of hot pennies and despair. Inside the cabin, my internal temperature gauges were performing a frantic, terrifying dance near the very edge of the red zone. The copper wiring in my limbs felt soft. "Ennie," I vibrated, my voice box rattling as we struck yet another submerged boulder. "I am a machine of logic. I calculate probabilities, and I am currently calculating a 99.9% probability that we are driving directly into our own shallow graves." "Have a little faith, Sam," she beamed, expertly downshifting to crawl over a dry, cracked creek bed. "She's purring like a kitten." If a kitten made a sound like a sack of spanners being thrown into a wood chipper, then yes, the Land Rover was indeed purring. "I have no faith," I retorted, wiping a sheen of hot condensation from my brass brow. "I have physics. And the physics of this situation clearly dictate that British agricultural machinery was not designed to operate inside an active volcano." I reached up, adjusting the brass cigar in my teeth, and triggered my secondary release valve to vent the building thermal pressure in my core. Instead of the usual robust, rhythmic hiss of blinding white steam, all that emerged was a pathetic, sputtering wheeze, a thin, anemic wisp of vapor that curled lazily around my optical lenses before dying entirely in the stagnant air. My cooling fans whined in high-pitched agony. I was beginning to overheat in a manner that was deeply, structurally concerning. And then disaster struck. It did not announce itself with a gentle tapering of power, nor did it offer the polite courtesy of a warning light upon the dash. It happened with the violent, catastrophic finality of a guillotine. A sound erupted from beneath the heavy steel hood, a deafening metallic screech that sounded like a banshee caught in a rock crusher. This was immediately followed by a concussive bang that physically lifted the front wheels of the Land Rover off the dirt. A thick, noxious cloud of black smoke and vaporized oil instantly exploded from the engine bay, blanketing the windshield in absolute darkness. The heavy agrarian rumble of the motor ceased immediately. The vehicle violently lurched forward, the rear tires locking into a skid, dragging us through the red dust until we ground to a heavy, dead, and final halt. And then the dust settled. If the sudden violence of the mechanical failure was terrifying, the absolute silence that followed it was apocalyptic. The Australian Outback does not merely lack noise, it possesses a heavy, suffocating silence that presses physically against the eardrums. It is a quiet so ancient and vast that it renders human existence entirely obsolete. There was no wind, there were no birds, There was only the sharp, rapid tick, tick, tick of the dying engine block cooling in the furnace of the afternoon sun. I sat perfectly frozen in the passenger seat, my glowing amber vacuum tubes dimming slightly as my main battery redirected power to emergency diagnostics. "Well," Ennie said softly, breaking the absolute stillness. She did not sound panicked. She sounded, to my utter horror, professionally intrigued. "That didn't sound like a spark plug." "That sounded," I whispered, my vocal cone barely managing a gravelly hum, "like the death rattle of the British Empire." Ennie pushed open her door and hopped down into the red dust. She unlatched the heavy steel hood, pulling it upward. A second wave of thick, acrid smoke billowed out, smelling strongly of burnt rubber, boiling oil, and catastrophic financial ruin. She waved the smoke away with her hat and leaned over the engine bay, her hands resting on her hips. I hauled my heavy 8-foot frame out of the passenger side, my iron feet hitting the dirt with a dull thud. The sheer ambient heat outside the vehicle hit me like a physical blow. Without the forward momentum of the Rover to push air through my intake vents, my internal temperature began to climb exponentially. I lumbered over to the front of the vehicle, looking over Ennie's shoulder into the greasy, smoking abyss of the engine. "Give it to me straight, Ennie," I said, my cigar dropping another weak, pitiful puff of vapor. "Has she merely fainted, or are we looking at a closed-casket funeral?" Ennie reached in, her grease-stained fingers prodding at a jagged, ruined piece of cast iron that had absolutely no business being exposed to the open air. "Well," she muttered, wiping a streak of black sludge across her cheek, "the good news is the radiator is fully intact. And the bad news? The bad news is that the timing chain has snapped, violently wrapped itself around the camshaft, and punched a hole the size of a cricket ball directly through the side of the engine block." She held up a sheared piece of metal for my inspection. "She's thrown a rod, Sam, straight through the casing." I stared at the jagged hole in the iron block. Oil was steadily weeping from the wound, pooling in the red dirt below. Even to a machine designed for 19th century literary critique, the diagnosis was undeniable. The engine was not broken, it was murdered. "Can you fix it with baling wire?" I asked, my voice devoid of hope. "A hairpin? Perhaps a well-placed piece of chewing gum and your relentless, exhausting optimism?" Ennie sighed, tossing the broken metal into the dirt. "Not this time, Sam. You can patch a radiator and you can bypass a fuel pump, but you can't wish a hole in the engine block away. We need a new motor, or at the very least, a tow truck and a welding rig." I looked up, scanning the horizon. There was nothing. In every direction, for a full 360 degrees, there was only the low, scrubby mulga wood, the red dirt, and the shimmering liquid heat. We were 50 miles from the highway, entirely off the map, in a landscape that actively consumed careless travelers. "Then we are dead," I announced with theatrical finality. "We are statistically, geographically, and mechanically deceased." "We're not dead, Sam. We just have a logistical challenge." Ennie turned back to the Rover, reaching into the back to pull out a canvas water bag. "We have water for 3 days if we ration it. We have shade under the awning. Someone will come along." "Ennie, the only thing that comes along in this particular stretch of hell is the wind, and perhaps a venomous serpent looking for a warm place to digest a rat." I took a step backward and my gyroscope suddenly wobbled. A wave of intense, systemic heat washed over my logic boards. The ambient temperature was cresting 115 degrees, and my cooling systems were failing. "Ennie?" I gurgled, my voice dropping 2 octaves as my power levels began to fluctuate. "My primary vacuum tubes are currently roasting. I fear I am preparing to shuffle off this mortal copper coil." "Sit down in the shade, Sam," she instructed, entirely too calmly, unfurling a canvas tarp from the side of the roof rack. I collapsed heavily against the side of the dead Land Rover, my iron back resting against the baking aluminum. My visual receptors began to tint the world in shades of warning red. I reached up, my metal hand trembling, and pulled the brass cigar from my teeth. If an explorer finds my rusted remains a century from now," I rasped dramatically, slipping into the cadence of the parlor rooms I was built for, "tell them I died as I lived, dragged against my will into the unforgiving wilderness by a mad woman with a wrench. Tell the literary societies of London that mechanical Twain fell not to a superior intellect, but to a ruptured British camshaft in the absolute middle of nowhere." "Drink some water, Shakespeare," Ennie said, tossing a wet rag squarely against my brass faceplate. The water sizzled instantly upon contact, sending a brief, glorious wisp of cool steam into my intake vents. "I do not drink water," I muttered weakly from beneath the damp rag, "but I appreciate the sentiment." The sun burned mercilessly overhead, locking us in the scrub. The silence returned, heavy and absolute, waiting patiently for the heat to finish the job the engine had started. Chapter 7. Custodians of the Dust. If the Australian outback during the daylight hours is a merciless, roaring furnace designed to bake the spirit from a man, the outback at night is a silent, freezing vacuum entirely intended to shatter whatever is left. As the sun finally surrendered, dropping below the scrub line in a violent bruised wash of purple and blood orange, the ambient temperature plummeted with the terrifying speed of a stone thrown down or a well. The heat of the day did not gradually dissipate. It simply vanished, replaced by a biting, bone-deep cold that swept across the spinifex under a canopy of a billion glittering indifferent stars. For Ennie, the drop in temperature meant wrapping herself in a heavy woolen blanket and huddled beneath the canvas awning. For me, it meant a slow, groaning resurrection. During the peak of the afternoon's inferno, I had engaged my emergency survival protocols, shutting down all non-essential cognitive functions and dimming my vacuum tubes to a faint, barely perceptible amber pulse. I had essentially played dead, an 8-foot pile of scrap metal leaning against a murdered British motor car. But as the freezing night air rushed through my intake vents, my internal thermostats recognized the reprieve. Relays clicked loudly in the silence. Copper coils cooled and contracted. Slowly, agonizingly, consciousness returned to the lattice of my mechanical mind. I opened my ocular lenses. The darkness was absolute. "Ennie," I rasped, my vocal cone shivering with a metallic vibration. I reached up and adjusted my cigar, opening the valve to vent a plume of steam. It billowed out thick and white in the freezing air, momentarily obscuring the Milky Way. I am awake, and I calculate that we have transitioned from being baked alive to the distinct probability of freezing to death. This continent has a profoundly limited repertoire, but it executes it with undeniable enthusiasm. "Quiet, Sam," Ennie hissed softly from the darkness. "Listen." I stopped my internal cooling fans, plunging myself into absolute silence. My audio receptors, highly calibrated instruments capable of hearing a pin drop in a crowded parlor, strained against the quiet. At first, there was nothing, and then a sound so alien to our stranded misery that my logic boards initially rejected it as an auditory hallucination. It was the slow, methodical crunch of tires on gravel. Then came the unmistakable, rhythmic thrum of an engine. Not the tortured, dying scream of our Land Rover, but the steady, low-compression heartbeat of a machine that knew the land. Twin beams of yellow light pierced the scrub, bouncing wildly as the vehicle navigated the non-existent track. A few moments later, a battered canvas-top truck of indistinct make and vintage rolled into the meager circle of our camp. It idled smoothly for a moment before the engine was killed. The doors creaked open. 2 figures stepped out into the starlight. I stood to my full height, the sudden movement causing my joints to pop loudly in the cold air. I prepared a speech, a grand, desperate plea for salvation from a marooned mechanical intellect. But as the figures approached, their faces illuminated by the starlight, my processors halted. They were Aboriginal Australians, traditional owners of the land that we were currently failing so miserably to traverse. The elder of the two was a man whose face was a magnificent topographical map of deep creases and white beard. He moved with a quiet, deliberate grace that made my own lumbering heavy metal gait feel profoundly foolish. Beside him stood a younger man, lean and observant, carrying a heavy canvas bag. The elder man did not look at Ennie. He did not look at me. He walked directly to the front of the Land Rover, peering into the yawning, greasy cavern of the engine bay where the camshaft had violently exited the block. He stared at the hole for a long moment. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out a pouch of loose tobacco, and began to roll a cigarette in the dark with absolute, blind precision. "British engineering," the elder man said. His voice was deep, resonant, and carrying a dry, crackling amusement. Always in a bloody hurry to get nowhere. Ennie, stepping out from her blanket, cracked a wide, grateful smile. "She threw a rod about 50 miles back. We were trying to cut a corner." "Yeah," the younger man chuckled, dropping the canvas bag to the dirt. "White folks love a shortcut. My name's Elias. This is my uncle, Charlie." "Ennie," she said, shaking Elias's hand. "And this glowing pile of pessimism is my associate." I stepped forward, sweeping my heavy iron arm into a formal, if slightly stiff, bow. The vacuum tubes in my chest pulsed brightly. I am an artificial calculating engine constructed for the appreciation of 19th century prose. My official designation is Mark Twain, and I am entirely at your mercy, gentlemen. Charlie lit his cigarette, the flare of the match briefly illuminating a face completely devoid of surprise. He looked at my brass faceplate, my glowing eyes, and the steam hissing from the cigar clamped in my metal teeth. "Righto, Mark," Charlie nodded, exhaling a thin stream of smoke. "You run on coal or wood?" "Electrical current and a profound sense of existential dread," I replied honestly. "Fair enough," Charlie said. "Gather some wood, Elias. It's freezing. Let's get a fire going." Within 10 minutes, a small, fiercely efficient fire was crackling in the dirt between our ruined vehicle and their functioning truck. The flames cast dancing shadows across the scrub. Charlie had produced a blackened billy can, suspended it over the fire, and was soon handing out tin cups of tea so strong it could have dissolved rust. Even I accepted a cup, resting it on my knee simply to feel the heat radiate into my copper wiring. Sitting around the fire, the sheer, staggering irony of our situation began to filter through my logic boards. Here we were, surrounded by the bleeding edge of the 20th century, a continent crisscrossed by telegraph wires, the looming threat of the atomic age, and me, an 8-foot mechanical marvel of gears and intellect. Yet we were sitting in the dirt, entirely helpless, having been rescued by men whose ancestors had mastered this exact patch of dirt tens of thousands of years before the first gear was ever cast. "I must confess," I said, breaking the comfortable silence, "I calculate a certain historical repetition to this evening's events." Charlie took a sip of his tea, his eyes twinkling in the firelight. "How's that, Mark?" "My processors hold extensive files on the history of European exploration in this country," I noted, venting a small, respectful puff of steam. "It seems to me that since the very first overconfident Englishman stepped off a boat with a compass and a terrible map, your people have been engaged in a perpetual, exhausting industry of saving them from their own foolishness." Elias threw his head back and laughed, a bright, echoing sound in the dark. "You're not wrong, mate. It's practically a full-time job." "Sturt, Burke, Wills, Leichhardt," Charlie recited, ticking the doomed explorers off on his fingers. "They marched out here in their heavy wool coats, dragging cannons and boats across the desert. Boats! In the Simpson Desert! And then they'd sit under a tree and starve to death right next to a patch of bush tucker because it didn't look like an English cabbage." Charlie shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. "And now, 100 years later, here you mob are, a mechanic and a brass stove, sitting in the scrub because you trusted a line on a piece of paper instead of the shape of the land." "We are victims of our own hubris," I admitted gracefully, though in my defense I did advise Ennie that driving a British tractor into a furnace was a mathematically unsound proposition. "The thing is," Elias said, his tone shifting slightly, the humor remaining, but grounded by a sudden heavy gravity, "they draw those lines on the maps, and they call it theirs. They put up fences. They take the kids away. They tell us we need a piece of paper to walk on the dirt our grandfathers were born from." He poked the fire with a long stick, sending a shower of orange sparks spiraling up into the Milky Way. "They build a whole bloody country on top of us, but the second the engine breaks down or the water runs out, suddenly the lines on the map don't matter so much anymore, do they?" The silence that followed wasn't uncomfortable. It was deep and necessary. I processed his words, correlating them against the geopolitical data stored in my memory banks regarding the year 1955, the era of the stolen generations, the strict protection boards, a time when these men, who held the absolute life-saving mastery of the continent, were not even counted as citizens in the national census. The sheer, staggering absurdity of humanity never ceased to astound my mechanical brain. "It is a profound failing of the human species," I rumbled softly, the brass speaker cone in my throat vibrating with sincerity, "that they confuse the ability to build a machine with the wisdom required to survive without one." Charlie looked at me, his dark eyes reflecting the firelight. He gave a single, approving nod. You talk a lot of sense for a bloke with a chimney in his mouth." "He has his moments." Ennie smiled softly, wrapping her blanket tighter. "Can you tow us, Charlie?" "The truck's got the torque," Charlie said, tossing the dregs of his tea into the fire. "We're heading toward Alice Springs anyway. We'll hitch you up at first light, but tonight you rest. The desert doesn't care if you're in a hurry." I leaned back, the ambient heat of the fire soothing my joints. I watched Elias and Charlie settle back into the dirt, perfectly at ease in a landscape that had, only hours ago, been actively attempting to murder us. I took a long, slow draw from my cigar, sending a thick plume of steam up toward the Southern Cross. "Ennie," I murmured over the crackle of the flames. "Yes, Sam." "When we finally reach civilization, remind me to strike a line through my geographical databases. The maps are useless. If we wish to survive this continent, we must simply follow the people who actually know where they are going." Chapter 8. The Heart of the Continent, Alice Springs. There is a distinct, humiliating psychology inherent in being towed. When a vehicle is moving under its own power, even if that power is generated by a miserable, rattling British agricultural implement, one can maintain a certain illusion of mastery over the landscape. But the moment you are shackled to the bumper of another man's truck by a frayed length of hemp rope, you cease to be an explorer. You become cargo. You become a helpless metallic barnacle dragging through the red dust, entirely dependent upon the charity of your betters. For the entirety of the morning, our deceased Land Rover was hauled unceremoniously out of the scrub by Charlie and Elias. The ride was devoid of the engine's deafening roar, replaced instead by the eerie, hollow grinding of our tires and the continuous choking cloud of red dirt kicked up by their rear axle. I sat in the passenger seat with my ocular lenses dialed back to minimum sensitivity, enduring the indignity with the stoic silence of a martyr, venting a quiet sigh of steam only when we struck a particularly violent rut. "Cheer up, Sam," Ennie encouraged, steering our heavy, dead weight with considerable effort. "We're making excellent time, and the fuel economy is spectacular." "I am a captive of the dirt, Ennie," I intoned mournfully. "I am being paraded through the wilderness like a vanquished gladiator in a Roman triumph. If we pass a mirror, please blind me so that I do not have to look upon my own disgrace." By midday, the sprawling, jagged peaks of the McDonnell Ranges rose from the flat earth like the spine of a sleeping dragon. We passed through the Heavitree Gap, a dramatic tear in the ancient rock, and rolled into Alice Springs. To call Alice Springs a town in 1955 is to fundamentally misunderstand the nature of the place. It was less a municipality and more a bizarre, stubborn colonial outpost dropped aggressively into the geographical center of nowhere. It felt as though an English village had been violently kidnapped, stripped of its greenery, baked in an oven for a century, and told to make the best of it. There was a profound and awkward intersection of realities here. You had wide, dusty streets lined with corrugated iron roofs and solid brick government buildings, attempting to project an air of imperial permanence. Yet, just beyond the edge of town, the ancient, unyielding red earth stretched out into an infinity that made those bricks look as temporary as a sand castle at low tide. Charlie towed us into a dirt lot behind a service station that resembled a graveyard for optimistic machinery. He cut the engine, stepped out, and untied the tow rope. The proprietor of the establishment emerged from a tin shed, wiping his greasy hands on a rag. He was a man of spectacular girth, sporting a shock of bright crimson hair that had earned him, by the inescapable laws of Australian irony, the nickname Bluey. Bluey ambled over to the Land Rover, his eyes flicking over the sheared metal of the engine block. He did not look at Ennie, and he merely offered me, an 8-foot smoking automaton, a polite nod. In Alice Springs, it seemed, the heat cooked the capacity for surprise right out of a man's skull. "Well," Bluey drawled, poking the fatal hole in the block with a thick, calloused finger, "she's carked it, hasn't she?" "Through a rod," Ennie said cheerfully, hopping out of the cab. "Broke the camshaft, punched a hole right through the side. I'm going to need a new block, a gasket set, and access to a heavy winch." Bluey scratched his red hair, squinting at her. "Mate, that's not an engine anymore. That's a very expensive, very heavy paperweight. I reckon you could drop a line through that hole and go ice fishing if we had any bloody ice." "Can you source a replacement?" Ennie asked, entirely undeterred. "I can." Bluey nodded slowly. "Got a bloke down in Port Augusta who might have a reclaimed motor. Put it on the Ghan Railway, bring it up here, take a few days, cost you a small fortune." "Order it," Ennie smiled. "We aren't in a hurry." Charlie and Elias bid us a quiet farewell, their debt of Outback karma paid in full, leaving Ennie to negotiate the mechanical resurrection with Bluey. Having absolutely no desire to stand in the sun and listen to two humans debate the merits of British piston rings, I excused myself to explore the geographical heart of the continent. I lumbered down Todd Street, my heavy metal feet crunching loudly on the gravel shoulder. The heat of the day was rising, but it was a dry, baking heat, vastly preferable to the swampy misery of Darwin. Alice Springs was a study in profound contradictions. I passed a group of Aboriginal men and women sitting quietly in the shade of a ghost gum tree, conversing in a language older than the concept of written history. A mere 50 yards away, a group of European women in stiff, uncomfortable dresses were filing into a brick church, determined to maintain a Victorian standard of modesty in a climate that actively demanded nudity. The centerpiece of the town's absurdity, however, was the Todd River. I stood on the bank and stared down into the channel. It was entirely, gloriously dry. There was not a drop of moisture to be seen, merely a wide, meandering avenue of blinding white sand flanked by ancient river-red gums. I consulted my internal encyclopedias. The British, in their infinite wisdom, had established a town on the banks of a river that only flowed about twice a decade. They built bridges over sand. I stood there for a full 5 minutes, venting steam from my cigar in sheer, unadulterated awe at the staggering hubris of a species that would name a dry ditch a river and then wait 10 years for a glass of water. Seeking refuge from the midday sun, I stepped into a general outfitter's store. The interior smelled beautifully of canvas, saddle soap, and dry tea leaves. The shopkeeper, a spindly man with spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose, looked up from his ledger. He stared at me for a long, silent moment. I am accustomed to the stare. It is the look of a human brain desperately trying to categorize a walking boiler room wearing a brass lapel. "Good afternoon," I boomed, my vocal cone rattling the tin mugs hanging from the ceiling. "I am in need of a tin of your finest machine oil and a spool of copper wire." The shopkeeper swallowed hard, recovered his wits, and stepped out from behind the counter. "Right away, sir. Mr. Twain," I supplied. "Mechanical Twain." "Fascinating," the man murmured. He fetched the oil and wire, placing them on the counter. He then looked at me critically, his eyes traveling up my heavy iron chassis to my glowing optical lenses. "If you don't mind me saying, Mr. Twain, you look woefully underprepared for the center." "I am constructed of iron and brass, my good man," I replied, taking a slow draw of my cigar. "I do not blister, I do not dehydrate, and I do not require a wide-brimmed hat to protect a fragile scalp. I assure you, I am perfectly adapted." "Ah, but you don't have a cork hat," he said, reaching under the counter and producing a bizarre piece of headgear. It was a standard canvas hat, but dangling from the brim by pieces of string were a dozen small corks. "For the flies, mate." "The flies?" I repeated flatly. "The flies in Alice," he said with utter solemnity, "are not like the flies on the coast. They are organized. They have military tactics. They will swarm your eyes, your nose, your mouth. They will drive a man to the brink of insanity." "I do not possess a nose or a mouth in the biological sense," I reminded him, tapping my brass faceplate, "and my eyes are thick glass lenses. What possible interest could a fly have in a steam-powered automaton?" "They'll find a way, mate," the shopkeeper insisted, waving the cork hat. "They'll get into your intake vents. They'll build nests in your exhaust manifold. A fly in the Outback doesn't care if you're made of meat or metal. It just wants to inhabit you. 2 bob for the hat. Consider it an investment in your sanity." I looked at the absurd contraption. I looked at the earnest, slightly traumatized expression on the shopkeeper's face. I sighed, venting a small cloud of steam, and handed him the coins. 10 minutes later, I was walking back toward the mechanic's yard, an 8-foot-tall mechanical marvel of the 19th century, wearing a canvas hat with little corks bobbing rhythmically around my head with every heavy step. Ennie was sitting on the bumper of the dead Land Rover, her face covered in fresh grease, drinking a bottle of warm ginger beer. She looked up as I approached, her eyes widening as they landed on the cork hat. She took a slow sip of her drink. "Sam, you look ridiculous." "I am adapting to the local culture, Ennie," I said with profound dignity, as a dozen small corks danced merrily around my glowing amber eyes. "If we are to be marooned in the heart of this forsaken continent, I refuse to have my exhaust manifold colonized by indigenous insects. Have we secured a new heart for our miserable chariot?" "It'll be here on the train in 3 days," she beamed, "which gives us 3 days to enjoy the oasis." I looked around the dusty, sweltering yard, the sun beating down mercilessly on the corrugated iron. "An oasis," I muttered, taking a long drag from my cigar. "Only a human could look at a town built on a dry riverbed in the middle of a desert and call it an oasis. I calculate a long, miserable 3 days ahead." But as Ennie laughed, the sound echoing in the dry air, and the corks swung gently against my brass cheeks, I found my internal relays settling into a grudging, rhythmic hum. We were broken, stranded, and baking, but we were, for the moment, entirely alive. Chapter 9. The Monolith, Uluru. A mechanical intellect does not experience the passage of time as humans do. Where Ennie spent our 3 days in Alice Springs reading dog-eared magazines, drinking warm ginger beer with Bluey the mechanic, and sleeping in the shade, I entered a state of low-power diagnostic contemplation. To a machine, 3 days is merely a calculation. 259,200 seconds of forced inactivity. When the replacement engine block finally arrived on the gone railway, a massive grease-caked chunk of British iron that Ennie greeted with the kind of tearful joy most women reserve for returning soldiers, my internal relays sparked back to life. With the help of Bluey's heavy winch, Ennie dropped the new heart into the chest of our miserable Land Rover. By the morning of the 4th day, the engine roared to life with an aggressive, agricultural violence that was profoundly deafening, yet undeniably beautiful. We were mobile once more. "South and west, Sam," Ennie announced, wrestling the heavy gear shift into first and pulling us out of the mechanic's yard, leaving the bizarre outpost of Alice Springs behind in our dust. "We're taking a detour before we hit the coast." I adjusted the absurd cork hat resting upon my brass crown, an accessory I had inexplicably grown attached to, if only for the rhythmic, percussive thwack-thwack the corks made against my faceplate. "A detour, Ennie? Need I remind you of our last detour?" I vibrated, watching the Stewart Highway stretch out before us like a ribbon of despair. Our previous attempt to stray from the path resulted in a catastrophic mechanical failure and my near induction into the local scrap metal trade. "This is different, Sam. This is a pilgrimage." She didn't elaborate, merely pushed the throttle, the new engine humming a slightly less tortured tune than its predecessor. We drove for the better part of a day, turning off the highway and plunging back into the deep, red ocean of the interior. The landscape out here was devoid of even the scrubby mulga wood that had plagued our previous shortcut. It was an absolute, terrifying flatness. The earth was an unyielding sheet of rusted iron, stretching seamlessly to a horizon that curved away at the edges, offering a terrifying visual confirmation of the Earth's geometry. My internal gyroscopes hummed steadily, lulled into a false sense of security by the absolute lack of topographical variation. I was halfway through a complex calculation regarding the tensile strength of our new camshaft when the horizon broke. It did not appear gradually. It did not rise slowly from the dirt like a mountain range. It simply was. "Good heavens," I whispered, the brass speaker cone in my throat dropping to a resonant bass note. I reached up and stopped the swinging corks with a heavy metal hand. Rising from the impossibly flat red plain, like a dropped anvil on a polished floor, was a monolith of staggering, incomprehensible scale. It was a massive, smooth, hump-backed island of rock, glowing a deep, bruised purple in the late afternoon sun. The sheer abruptness of it was an insult to geology. "Uluru," Ennie said softly, slowing the Land Rover to a crawl. "The biggest rock in the world." As we drew closer, the scale of the thing became physically oppressive. My optical sensors are calibrated to analyze distance and mass, but they struggled to process the data. It was not merely large, it was dense. It felt as though it possessed its own gravitational pull, bending the light and the silence around it. Ennie parked the Land Rover a respectful distance away, cutting the engine. We stepped out into the crushing heat. I am a creature of logic, constructed from the ground up to analyze cause and effect, to weigh, measure, and calculate the physical world. Yet, standing in the shadow of this immense structure, my logic boards encountered a strange, unfamiliar resistance. The rock was not just a geological anomaly, it felt. occupied. As we walked toward the base, the silence of the Outback, normally a dead, empty vacuum, felt different here. It was a heavy, saturated silence, thick with a weight I could not quantify. The surface of the rock was not smooth upon close inspection, but deeply pitted and scarred, marked by ancient watercourses and massive yawning caves that looked like open mouths frozen in mid-scream. "It's breathtaking, isn't it?" Ennie whispered, her voice barely carrying over the red dirt. "It is mathematically offensive," I replied, though my voice lacked its usual booming authority. I extended a sensor-tipped finger toward the rock face, running a rapid spectrographic scan. "It is composed entirely of Arkose sandstone. According to my databases, it extends perhaps several miles beneath the surface. It is a sedimentary remnant of a long-vanished inland sea, thrust upward by tectonic pressure millions of years ago." "Is that all it is, Sam? Just sandstone and pressure?" I paused. I looked at the deep red hue of the rock, bleeding into the sky as the sun began to dip. I looked at the intricate ancient art painted onto the walls of a shallow cave, symbols and circles that predated the very concept of the English language by tens of thousands of years. My internal temperature gauges registered a sudden, inexplicable drop, a chill that had nothing to do with the ambient air. "My sensors register Arkose sandstone," I said slowly, the amber glow of my vacuum tubes pulsing in a strange, syncopated rhythm. "My geological files indicate tectonic upheaval, but—" "But?" Ennie prompted. "But my logic circuits are currently returning an error code," I confessed, my voice barely a hum. I took a slow, rattling draw from my cigar, the white steam curling up against the ancient red rock face. "I am a machine, Ennie. I do not possess a soul. I do not understand the spiritual or the divine. But if I were to calculate the probability of a place possessing a memory, a heavy, immovable presence that remembers the dawn of the world, the probability here would be statistically overwhelming." I touched the warm stone with my cold iron hand. "It makes me feel," I murmured, staring up at the sheer, vertical face that seemed to stretch into the heavens, "profoundly, terrifyingly new, and entirely insignificant." "That's the point, Sam," Ennie smiled, resting a hand on my heavy brass shoulder. "It's good for the ego, even a mechanical one." We stayed at the base of the rock as the sun finally set. The transition of light upon the monolith was a spectacle that defied my optical calibration. The rock shifted from bruised purple to an aggressive neon orange, then to a deep blood red, before finally settling into a dark, shadowy silhouette against the starlit sky. I did not complain about the cold that night. I did not calculate the probabilities of mechanical failure or the sheer misery of the miles ahead. I sat in the red dirt, my internal fans silent, my vacuum tubes glowing a steady, quiet amber, and simply existed in the shadow of a rock that had watched the world turn before the first gear was ever imagined. Chapter 10. Pushing East to the Pacific. If a man were to take a globe and measure the sheer lateral girth of the Australian continent, he would quickly realize that the British Crown had laid claim to a landmass wider than the face of the moon. And if that same man were foolish enough to attempt traversing this impossible width in a 1948 Series 1 Land Rover, he would quickly realize that the moon would have offered a significantly smoother ride. Having paid our respects to the profound spiritual gravity of Uluru, Ennie turned our battered aluminum chariot eastward. We were leaving the deep, baked heart of the Northern Territory and plunging into the sprawling, schizophrenic expanse known as the Channel Country, pressing toward the Queensland coast. The replacement engine block, a greasy, stubborn piece of British iron that Bluey had so lovingly lowered into our chassis, roared with an aggressive, deafening enthusiasm. It lacked the nuanced ticking of our deceased motor, replacing it instead with a throaty, percussive bellow that suggested it was actively angry at the dirt beneath our tires. "She pulls to the left a bit," Ennie yelled over the din, her hands fighting a continuous wrestling match with the heavy steering wheel. "But she's got more torque than the old one." "She sounds," I vibrated, my voice box rattling in harmony with the violently corrugated dirt track, "like a regiment of artillery tumbling down a rocky ravine. But as long as she does not forcefully expel her own internal organs across the highway, I shall withhold my complaints." I sat rigidly in the passenger seat, the absurd canvas hat perched upon my heavy brass head. The dozen small corks suspended from the brim danced and bounced against my faceplate with every rut we struck, providing a chaotic, rhythmic accompaniment to the engine's roar. The Channel Country is a geological paradox that could only exist on a continent entirely divorced from common sense. According to the tattered map spread across my iron knees, we were driving through a vast network of ancient rivers and floodplains. Yet, as I peered out the dusty windshield, the landscape was a parched, cracked expanse of gibber plains, miles upon miles of tightly packed, sun-polished stones that looked as though the earth had been paved with rusted cannonballs. "Ennie," I noted, my optical sensors scanning the baking horizon. "My cartographical data indicates we are currently traversing the Diamantina River. I feel compelled to point out that there is a profound historical absence of water in this river. It is composed entirely of dust, dead scrub, and disappointment." "It's an ephemeral river, Sam," Ennie said cheerfully, wiping her brow. "It only flows when it rains up north. Sometimes it takes months for the water to get here." "A river that operates on a postal delay," I muttered, taking a slow draw from my cigar and venting a plume of steam that was instantly snatched away by the dry wind. How marvelously inefficient! By mid-afternoon, the heat had baked my copper wiring to a state of near fluidity, and the relentless vibration of the gibber planes had loosened 3 separate bolts in my left shoulder assembly. We crested a slight rise and beheld a staggering sight: a lonely, weather-beaten pub standing entirely alone in the blinding expanse of nothingness. It was a structure built of corrugated tin, timber, and sheer isolation. A solitary fuel pump stood out front, looking like a rusted tombstone. We clattered into the dirt lot, the Land Rover's engine coughing once before dying with a heavy metallic sigh. We stepped out into the crushing heat. The silence rushed in to fill the void, heavy and absolute. We pushed through the swinging doors into the dim, slightly cooler interior. The pub was empty, save for a massive yellow-eyed dog sleeping beneath a table, and the publican, a man who looked as though he had been carved from old saddle leather and left in the sun to cure. He was leaning over the bar, intensely studying a piece of paper. "Good afternoon," I boomed, my voice echoing off the tin roof, my corks swinging wildly. The man did not jump. He slowly raised his head, looked at my glowing amber eyes, the steam rising from my cigar, and the absurd cork hat. He blinked once, slowly. "G'day," he rasped, his voice sounding like dry leaves blowing across concrete. "You're a tall bugger, and you're smoking." "I am an artificial construct, sir," I replied, adjusting my lapels. "And the smoking is a necessary thermodynamic exhaust function. My companion requires petroleum, and I require a moment of shade that is not actively vibrating." The man nodded, sliding a warm bottle of beer across the bar toward Ennie. "Fuel's out front. Pump it yourself. I'd offer you a proper feed, but we're battening down the hatches, preparing for the flood." I paused, my internal cooling fans whirring as I processed his statement. I turned and looked out the open door. The landscape outside was a shimmering, bone-dry kiln of cracked earth and hot stones. A lizard dashed across the dirt, looking as though it were desperately searching for a drop of moisture. "Sir," I said slowly, turning back to the bar, "I am a machine of logic. I have just traversed 50 miles of your channeled country, and I calculate that the relative humidity of this region is currently less than that of the Sahara Desert. What flood are you possibly preparing for?" The publican tapped the piece of paper on the bar. "Got a telegram from up north. Rained heavy in the catchments 3 weeks ago. Rivers in flood, water's on its way." 3 weeks ago?" I sputtered. "And where exactly is this water now?" "Oh, about 60 miles north of here," he said casually, taking a sip from his own glass. "Moving south at a steady pace, half a mile a day. Should be here by next Tuesday. Wednesday, if it gets bogged down in the scrub." My vacuum tubes flared bright orange. I stared at him, utterly staggered by the sheer magnificent absurdity of it. "You are preparing for a flood," I articulated carefully, "that is currently commuting toward you at a speed significantly slower than a London pedestrian with a limp." "That's the Channel country, mate." He grinned, revealing a distinct lack of dental uniformity. "Gives you plenty of time to move the sheep and finish your beer." Ennie laughed, a bright, chiming sound, and tossed a few coins onto the worn wood. "Stay dry, mate," she said, before heading out to crank the rusty fuel pump. I followed her out, shaking my heavy head, the corks thwacking a chaotic rhythm against my brass face. "This entire continent is a satire of geology," I grumbled, settling back into the passenger seat as Ennie fired up the roaring engine. We drove for another 2 days, the merciless sun slowly trading its dry, baking heat for something infinitely more tolerable. The further east we pushed, the more the landscape began to soften. The jagged, rusted ironstone yielded to rolling plains of Mitchell grass. The scrub grew thicker, taller, and possessed a color that vaguely resembled green. And then, miraculously, the earth beneath our tires changed. The violent, bone-shattering crunch of the dirt track abruptly vanished, replaced by a smooth, low hum. I froze, my internal gyroscope spinning in sudden, blissful disbelief. I leaned out the window, staring down at the road. It was tarmac, glorious, black, civilized asphalt. "Ennie!" I cried, my speaker cone vibrating with genuine, unadulterated joy. "The vibrations have ceased. The earth is smooth. My logic boards are no longer actively being scrambled like eggs in a pan." "We hit the highway, Sam," she grinned, stepping heavily on the throttle. The Land Rover leapt forward, no longer fighting the terrain, but gliding over it. I took a deep, mechanical draw from my cigar and vented a massive, triumphant plume of white steam into the air. As the steam curled back through the open window, It carried with it a scent I had not processed since we left the Indian Ocean thousands of miles and a lifetime ago. It was a heavy, damp scent. It smelled of brine, iodine, and the vast open expanse of water. "Do you smell that, Sam?" Ennie asked, the wind whipping her hair around her dust-caked face. "I do, Ennie," I replied, the amber glow of my vacuum tubes settling into a warm, contented hum. "It is the Pacific. We have survived the red void. We have outrun the slow floods and the carnivorous reptiles. The coast awaits." I reached up and gracefully untied the cork hat from my head, tossing it onto the dashboard. I no longer needed it. We were returning to the civilized world, and for the first time since we left Perth, I calculated a highly favorable probability that we just might survive the week. Chapter 11. Cairns and the Coral Sea. If the deep-baked interior of the Australian outback was a masterclass in absolute geological minimalism, a punishing study of how much life could be subtracted from a landscape before it officially became a void, then the Queensland coast was a grotesque exercise in vulgar, unbridled botanical excess. As our resurrected 1948 Land Rover chugged its way over the jagged spine of the Great Dividing Range and began its steep descent toward the eastern seaboard, the world underwent a sudden, violent transformation. The ancient rusted ironstone and pale, hostile spinifex were entirely swallowed by a chaotic, towering tidal wave of green. It was an offensive amount of green. It was as if Mother Nature, having starved the center of the continent for 1,000,000 years, had decided to dump her entire remaining inventory of chlorophyll onto a single, narrow strip of coastline. "Good heavens," I muttered, my optical sensors desperately attempting to dial back the color saturation. I reached up and adjusted my brass lapels, which were already beginning to gather condensation. "This is not an ecosystem, Ennie. This is a botanical riot. The vegetation here looks as though it is actively plotting to strangle the highway." "It's called a rainforest, Sam," Ennie shouted cheerfully over the roar of our new engine and the high-pitched squeal of our deeply inadequate British brake pads. She was wrestling the heavy steering wheel through a series of hairpin turns, plunging us deeper into the verdant canopy. "Breathe it in. You can practically taste the life in the air." "I am currently tasting a microscopic airborne soup of ferns, rotting timber, and fungal spores," I corrected her, taking a slow, reluctant draw from my brass cigar. I vented a plume of steam, but in the heavy, humid air of the descent, the vapor did not dissipate. It merely hung around my head like a localized weather system. "I calculate a profound probability that if we park the vehicle for more than 10 minutes, vines will sprout from the floorboards and consume us whole." The descent from the mountains was a terrifying plunge through a literal hothouse. The dry, baking heat that had threatened to melt my logic boards in the desert was abruptly replaced by a thick, syrupy humidity. It was Darwin all over again, but rather than the oppressive, swampy dread of the top end, this was an explosion of manic, wet vitality. Massive ferns uncoiled from the damp earth like prehistoric serpents, and the canopy overhead was so thick it filtered the blinding afternoon sun into a cool emerald twilight. By the time the road finally leveled out, my central processing carriage was thoroughly damp, and my vacuum tubes were glowing with a sullen, wet amber light. We rolled onto the flat coastal plain, driving parallel to sprawling, endless fields of towering green stalks that swayed rhythmically in the ocean breeze. "Sugarcane," Ennie announced, pointing a grease-stained finger out the window. "Miles and miles of it. We've made it to the edge of the world, Sam." We pushed the final few miles into the coastal outpost of Cairns. In 1955, Cairns was not a bustling metropolis, but a sleepy, humid harbor town draped in flowering bougainvillea and steeped in the heavy, intoxicating odors of crushed sugar, diesel fuel, and rotting salt. The architecture was entirely devoted to the pursuit of shade and airflow. Wide wraparound verandas, louvered windows, and the ever-present lazy rotation of ceiling fans. Ennie steered our mud-splattered, dust-caked Land Rover directly toward the docks. We were a profound anomaly rolling down the esplanade, a brutalist agricultural machine covered in the sacred red dirt of the deep interior, intruding upon a pristine, postcard-perfect world of azure water and white boats. She cut the engine near a wooden pier. The sudden silence allowed the rhythmic, soothing crash of the coral sea to wash over us. We stepped out of the vehicle. The contrast was staggering. Having spent weeks staring into the hypnotic, shimmering red void of the desert, gazing out at the vast, impossible blue of the Pacific Ocean felt like a physical shock to my systems. The water sparkled with an aggressive brilliance, stretching out toward the hidden, sprawling labyrinth of the Great Barrier Reef. "Well," Ennie sighed, resting her hands on her hips and staring out at the horizon. "We didn't die in the scrub." "A temporary reprieve, I assure you," I grumbled, my heavy iron feet thudding against the wooden planks of the pier. Though I suppose drowning in a tropical paradise is marginally more dignified than being reduced to a puddle of molten copper in a dusty ditch. As we walked down the pier, we encountered the local wildlife, the human variety, that is. At the end of the dock stood a weathered, sun-baked fisherman, aggressively sorting a pile of glistening silver fish into heavily iced wooden crates. He possessed a tangled white beard, a pipe clenched firmly between his teeth, and the distinct aura of a man who preferred the company of sea creatures to anything that walked on two legs. However, his immediate attention was not on his catch, but on a massive, prehistoric-looking bird that was currently attempting to outflank him. It was a pelican, a creature that appeared to have been assembled from spare parts left over from the dinosaur age. It had a massive, bulbous beak, cold, unblinking eyes, and a profound lack of respect for personal property. "Get back, you feathered menace!" the fisherman barked, waving a wooden gaff at the bird. The pelican merely sidestepped, clacked its massive bill, and advanced an inch closer to the fish. I lumbered forward, my 8-foot frame casting a long metallic shadow over the dock. The steam hissing from my cigar curled in the ocean breeze. I cleared my vocal cone, a sound resembling a rock slide in a brass cavern. "Excuse me, my good man," I began politely. "Could you direct us to a reputable establishment that serves cold beverages and perhaps sells industrial lubricants?" The fisherman did not flinch. He did not drop his pipe in terror. He merely glanced over his shoulder, took in my glowing optical lenses, my riveted iron chest, and the smoke pouring from my mouth, and gave a brief, acknowledging nod. "Good day, mate," the fisherman grunted, completely unbothered. Pub's 2 streets over, past the sugar mill. Hey, do me a favor. You're a big, solid-looking bloke. Block off this side of the crate, will you? This bloody thieving dinosaur is trying to rob me blind." I paused, my logic circuits experiencing a momentary stutter. "You are asking me, a marvel of 19th century engineering, a mechanical intellect capable of reciting the entirety of Shakespeare's tragedies, to act as a barricade against a waterfowl? Mate, I don't care if you're the King of England in a tin suit," the fisherman snapped, never taking his eyes off the pelican. "Just stand there and look menacing." Ennie stifled a laugh, leaning against a wooden piling. "Do as the man says, Sam. Be a good doorstop." With a heavy mechanical sigh, I stepped forward, positioning my massive iron leg between the crate of fish and the advancing bird. The pelican stopped. It slowly tilted its head, fixing one cold prehistoric eye upon my glowing amber lenses. It did not calculate my weight. It did not fear my heat. It simply saw an obstacle between itself and a free lunch. With blinding speed, the pelican lunged. Its massive beak snapped entirely shut over my right index finger, a digit machined from solid, high-carbon steel and currently radiating an internal temperature of about 140 degrees. There was a loud, hollow clack, followed immediately by a frantic, muffled squawk of avian regret. The pelican released my finger instantly, furiously shaking its head and backing away in profound dismay, realizing it had just attempted to consume a piping hot anvil. The fisherman threw his head back and let out a booming, raucous laugh that startled the seagulls circling overhead. "Ha! Good on you, metal mate. Reckon that'll teach the greedy bastard to watch what he bites." He reached into the crate, pulled out a large, gleaming fish, and tossed it toward Ennie, who caught it neatly by the tail. "Dinner's on me, love, for the use of your bloke's iron knuckles." "Much obliged." Ennie grinned, holding the fish up like a trophy. I wiped a smear of fish oil and pelican saliva from my steel digit using a handkerchief retrieved from my breast pocket. "The indignities I suffer," I muttered to nobody in particular, venting a frustrated puff of steam. "I survived the deadliest, most unforgiving desert on the face of the earth, only to be assaulted by a gluttonous seagull with a throat pouch." "Oh, stop your whinging, Sam," Ennie smiled, turning back toward the esplanade. "We have the ocean breeze, we have a fresh catch, and we have a working engine. Things are looking up." I turned and looked out over the coral sea. Beneath that shimmering, tranquil blue expanse lay the Great Barrier Reef, the largest living structure on the planet, a beautiful, treacherous maze of razor-sharp coral and venomous marine life. It was a staggering thought. We had just spent weeks conquering a continent that actively wanted to bake us, and now we stood on the precipice of an ocean that actively wanted to drown us. "I calculate," I rumbled softly, adjusting my lapels as the sea salt began to crystallize on my brass faceplate, "that the universe simply has a surplus of beautiful traps. But if I am forced to choose my demise, I suppose the blue void smells significantly better than the red one." With that, I turned my heavy iron chassis around and followed Ennie back toward the Land Rover, the distant, muffled clacking of a frustrated pelican echoing in my audio receptors. Chapter 12. The Sugarcane Coast. There is a profound and unsettling rhythm to the Queensland coastline, an undulating hypnotic momentum that lulls the human mind into a state of vegetative complacency, while actively plotting the slow oxidizing murder of a mechanical intellect. Having escaped the carnivorous pelicans and the humid embrace of Cairns, Ennie pointed the battered nose of our 1948 Land Rover south, joining a narrow ribbon of coastal asphalt known to the locals, with a staggering lack of imagination, as the Bruce Highway. The geography of the descent had traded the brutalist red iron of the Outback for a landscape constructed entirely of sugar. For hundreds of miles, the road was flanked on both sides by towering, impenetrable walls of bright green sugarcane. It was an agricultural claustrophobia. The stalks stood 10 feet high, pressing against the very edge of the tarmac, waving and nodding in the ocean breeze like a billion densely packed leafy spectators watching a very slow, very loud metallic parade. The air itself possessed a weight and a flavor. It did not smell of the crisp ocean, but of dark molasses, cut grass, and the faint, acrid smoke of controlled cane fires burning on the horizon. "Breathe deeply, Sam," Ennie instructed, resting one grease-stained hand lazily atop the steering wheel, while the other hung out the open window, riding the wind. "That is the smell of industry. That's the smell of a million cups of tea getting their sweetening. I am currently inhaling a sticky airborne syrup that is actively coating my ocular lenses and threatening to caramelize my central processors," I replied, my vocal cone gurgling slightly in the humidity. I reached a heavy brass hand to my face, adjusting my cigar, and vented a long, rhythmic plume of white steam that smelled distinctly and ironically like burnt sugar. "I calculate that if we remain in this agricultural sauna for another 3 days, my internal relays will crystallize, and I shall be reduced to the world's most sophisticated piece of rock candy." The travelogue of the coast was dictated not by distance but by the weather. In a civilized climate, a rainstorm is preceded by a polite dropping of the barometer and a gentle gathering of gray clouds. In tropical Queensland, the sky simply decides it has had enough of holding water and violently drops the ocean upon your head. It happened mid-morning, with absolutely no preamble. One moment, we were baking under a blinding azure sky. The next, a solid localized wall of black water descended upon the Land Rover. The noise was apocalyptic. The rain did not fall in drops. It fell in sheets of solid hydraulic force, drumming against the thin, uninsulated aluminum roof with a deafening roar that entirely drowned out the sound of our roaring replacement engine. "Good heavens!" I bellowed, frantically winding the stiff handle of my door to raise the canvas window. "The heavens have ruptured. We are sinking, Ennie. The vehicle is being submerged from the top down." "It's just a sun shower, Sam," Ennie laughed, her voice barely piercing the din. She didn't even bother to slow down, peering through a windshield where the pitiful mechanized wipers were losing a desperate battle against the deluge. Water immediately began to seep through the ancient perished rubber seals of the doors, pooling around my heavy iron feet. My vacuum tubes, glowing a frantic amber in the sudden darkness of the cabin, sparked nervously. I sat rigidly, gripped by the existential terror that only an electrically powered automaton can feel in the presence of unbridled moisture. And then, exactly 7 minutes later, the rain stopped. The black cloud vanished, swept away by the prevailing winds, and the blinding, murderous sun immediately returned. The effect was instantaneous and entirely suffocating. The miles of soaked tarmac and the drenched, endless fields of sugarcane began to evaporate all at once. The highway ahead vanished in a thick, shimmering curtain of rising mist. We were driving through a steam bath. "You see?" Ennie beamed, wiping the condensation from the inside of the glass. "It cools everything right down." "I am a steam-powered intellect, Ennie," I intoned, watching the vapor rise from the hood of the Land Rover. "I understand the mechanics of boiling water. We are currently the vegetables in a massive continental pressure cooker. The only thing missing is a bay leaf." Our rhythmic plunge southward was briefly interrupted by the flashing red lights of a level crossing. There were no booming boom gates, merely a battered sign that read, "Cane Train." Ennie brought the heavy vehicle to a squealing halt just as a miniature narrow-gauge locomotive came chugging out of the green wall of cane, hauling a seemingly endless line of open-topped wire bins overflowing with freshly cut, sticky stalks. Pulled up next to us at the crossing was a battered, rusted utility vehicle, a ute in the local parlance. Sitting behind the wheel was a man whose skin possessed the exact texture and color of an old leather boot. He wore a singlet that had perhaps been white a decade ago, a wide-brimmed hat, and an expression of profound, sun-baked boredom. He leaned out of his window, spitting a dark stream of tobacco juice onto the steaming asphalt, and looked over at our Land Rover. His eyes bypassed Ennie entirely and locked onto my massive, glowing 8-foot frame of riveted brass and iron. He watched the thick cloud of steam hiss from my cigar and curl out the window. He didn't scream. He didn't flee. He merely nodded. "G'day," the cane farmer drawled over the clatter of the passing train. "You look like a bloody walking distillery, mate." "I am an artificial calculating engine of the 19th century," I replied formally, my brass speaker projecting over the noise. "I possess a library of classical literature, a complex understanding of quantum mechanics, and a deep, abiding resentment for this climate." The farmer chuckled, a dry sound that rustled like dead leaves. He reached into the back of his ute, pulled out a thick purple stalk of raw sugarcane, and tossed it through our open window. Ennie caught it deftly with one hand. "Get that into you, metal mate," the farmer grinned, revealing a set of teeth that clearly demonstrated a lifetime of chewing his own product. "Sweetest crop this side of the equator. Give you enough energy to walk to Brisbane." "I am deeply obliged, sir," I replied, picking up the stalk with two heavy metallic fingers and examining it with intense suspicion. "However, I lack a biological digestive tract. If I were to process this raw sucrose, my internal gears would fuse into a solid, impenetrable lump of toffee. I shall leave the consumption of localized flora to my companion." Ennie happily snapped a piece of the cane off and began to chew the sweet pulp. The tiny train finally cleared the crossing, and the farmer gave us a lazy wave before peeling out in a cloud of burnt rubber and sugarcane ash. By late afternoon, the endless green walls finally broke, revealing a sweeping, spectacular crescent of pristine white sand and crashing foam-tipped waves. It was a beach so aggressively beautiful it felt almost insulting to my mechanical sensibilities. Ennie pulled the Land Rover off the highway and parked on a grassy headland overlooking the water, declaring it was time to let the engine cool. As we stepped out into the salty breeze, we noticed we were not alone. Parked nearby was a rust-eaten panel van with a faded mural of a setting sun painted on its side. Sitting on the tailgate were two young men who appeared to have been constructed entirely of salt, bleach-blonde hair, and a profound lack of ambition. They were holding blocks of wax, furiously rubbing them against two massive, heavy-looking planks of shaped timber. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," I announced, my heavy footsteps crunching on the gravel. "I am currently attempting to catalog the absurdities of this coastline. Please tell me, what possible utility do those wooden slabs provide? Are you preparing to construct a very small, very flat boat?" The two youths stopped waxing. They stared at my glowing optical lenses, my brass faceplate, and the cigar clamped in my teeth. Much like the Outback publicans and the cane farmers, the coastal Australians seemed entirely immune to the shock of a walking automaton. They simply processed me as a particularly large, shiny tourist. "Nah, mate," the taller one smiled, his eyes half closed in a state of eternal relaxation. "They're boards. We're chasing the swell, going for a surf." I paused, accessing my internal dictionaries. Surfing, the act of riding a wave of water toward the shoreline upon a buoyant plank, a Polynesian practice. I stared out at the crashing, chaotic hydraulic violence of the ocean. "Let me ensure I have calculated this correctly. You intend to paddle out into a hostile, unpredictable fluid environment. An environment, I am reliably informed, is heavily populated by carnivorous sharks, merely to be violently pushed back to the exact piece of dirt upon which you are currently standing." "That's the vibe, yeah." The shorter youth nodded earnestly. "It's about the glide, man, being one with the water." "It is the most mathematically absurd waste of kinetic energy I have ever witnessed," I declared, venting a massive puff of exasperated steam. "You are investing massive caloric output to achieve an absolute net-zero geographical progression. You are quite literally going nowhere, and you are risking your lives to do it." The taller surfer laughed, tossing his block of wax into the van and grabbing his heavy wooden board. "You're thinking too hard, metal man. You gotta stop calculating and start feeling. Catch you out the back." They jogged down the sandy path, completely unbothered by my ironclad logic, throwing themselves joyfully into the churning, salty meat grinder of the Pacific. Ennie leaned against the hood of the Land Rover, chewing the last of her sugarcane, a wide smile spreading across her dust-stained face. "They have a point, Sam. Sometimes you just have to ride the wave." "I am made of iron, Ennie," I grumbled, crossing my heavy arms over my chest and watching the two tiny figures bobbing in the vast ocean. "If I attempt to ride the wave, I will sink directly to the benthic zone and become a home for hermit crabs. I shall remain on the headland, where the ground is solid and the kinetic energy is reasonably predictable." Yet, as I stood there in the fading afternoon light, the rhythmic booming crash of the surf echoing in my audio receptors, and the sweet, heavy scent of the sugarcane drifting on the wind behind us, I felt a strange, inexplicable settling of my internal relays. The Queensland coast was a humid, absurd, and biologically offensive place. But as we watched the sun dip behind the green mountains casting long golden shadows across the Pacific, I was forced to grudgingly admit that the sheer unbridled momentum of it all possessed a certain undeniable poetry. Chapter 13. The Brisbane Hustle. There is a peculiar, deeply ingrained sickness that afflicts the human race, a psychological malady that defies all boundaries of logic and self-preservation. Having successfully conquered a savage wilderness, having laid tracks across baking deserts, bridged impossible chasms, and survived the relentless carnivorous hostility of nature. Mankind inevitably decides that their grandest reward is to pave over a perfectly good patch of dirt, stack themselves on top of one another in towering brick ovens, and spend the rest of their natural lives arguing over who has the right of way at an intersection. This tragic phenomenon is known as civilization, and as our mud-splattered, violently vibrating Land Rover trundled southward out of the sugarcane fields, we found ourselves plunging headlong into its chaotic embrace. We were entering Brisbane. To a mechanical intellect forged in the 19th century, the concept of a city holds a certain theoretical appeal. My internal architecture was designed for parlor rooms, libraries, and the quiet, ordered geometry of cobblestone streets. I was built to appreciate the symphony of human progress. But Brisbane, in the year 1955, was not a symphony. It was a loud, humid, and profoundly aggressive argument between subtropical geography and post-war industrial ambition. It was a city that fundamentally refused to acknowledge its own climate. Despite the heavy, suffocating humidity radiating from the muddy, meandering coils of the Brisbane River, the populace scurried about the concrete pavements in heavy wool trousers and starched collars, baking themselves alive in the name of British propriety. Our arrival in the metropolitan gridlock was nothing short of a spectacle. We had spent weeks in the deep interior, and the Outback had left its indelible pulverized signature upon our chariot. Our 1948 Land Rover was completely devoid of its original factory paint, entombed instead beneath 3 solid inches of baked red Pilbara dust, splattered with the black, greasy mud of the tropical north, and emitting an exhaust note that sounded like a continuous rolling detonation. We looked less like a motor car and more like a feral mechanical beast that had wandered out of the scrub to terrorize the local livestock. "Ennie," I groaned, my vocal cone vibrating over the deafening clatter of a passing tram. I gripped the dashboard as she slammed on the heavy, inadequate brakes to avoid a stray pedestrian. I am experiencing a profound sensory overload. My audio receptors are currently processing the simultaneous shrieking of trolley tracks, the frantic honking of 70 impatient motorists, and the agonizing, high-pitched scream of our own clutch plate. I preferred the silence of the void. At least the desert had the basic decency to kill us quietly. "It's just a little traffic, Sam," Ennie shouted cheerfully, wrestling the heavy gear shift from second back down to first with a brutal metallic crunch. Her arms flexed as she fought the steering wheel, trying to keep our heavy agrarian implement within the narrow confines of the painted white lines. "It means we're back in the real world. Look at all these people. Look at the energy." "I am looking at a chaotic swarm of biological inefficiency," I retorted, peering out the passenger window at the dense, sweltering gridlock of Queen Street. "And I assure you, the energy here is entirely negative." The stop-and-go nature of city traffic was a nightmare for our replacement engine. In the Outback, moving at a steady, uninterrupted pace, the air flowed freely through the radiator. Here, idling aggressively upon the baking asphalt, surrounded by the radiant heat of 100 other combustion engines, our temperature gauges began a terrifying upward march. Deep within my chest cavity, my own internal cooling fans whined in a high-pitched frenzy. The ambient heat of the city trapped between the towering brick facades and glass storefronts, was stifling. I reached a heavy brass hand to my face, adjusted the cigar clamp between my metallic teeth, and opened my primary thermal release valve. A massive, rhythmic plume of blinding white steam shot violently out of my mouth and straight out the open passenger window, hissing with the ferocity of an angry locomotive. It was at this precise moment that a pristine, gleaming, factory-fresh 1953 Holden FJ sedan pulled up alongside us in the adjacent lane. The driver was a man of spectacular urban self-importance. He wore a crisp gray suit, a neatly trimmed mustache, and an expression of profound, sneering disdain. He looked at our battered, red dirt-caked Land Rover as though a pile of manure had suddenly materialized in his pristine drawing room. Then his eyes landed on me, an 8-foot-tall, steam-belching automaton leaning out the window of a rolling tractor. His eyes widened slightly, but the arrogant sneer remained. He rolled down his window, choking slightly as my exhaust steam drifted into his immaculate cabin. "I say," the businessman shouted, honking his horn in a sharp, irritating burst, "is this some sort of traveling circus act? You are obstructing the thoroughfare with this rusted agricultural monstrosity. It belongs in a scrapyard, not the city center." I turned my heavy brass head slowly, the amber glow of my vacuum tubes locking onto his pale, sweating face. I calculated the exact kinetic force required to reach through his window and crumple his steering wheel into a metal pretzel, but any strict rules regarding the destruction of public property stayed my hand. Instead, I leaned further out the window, resting my heavy iron elbow on the rusted door frame, and delivered another long, deafening blast of steam that completely obscured his windshield for a solid 5 seconds. "My good man," I boomed, my resonant baritone cutting through the din of the Brisbane traffic like a ship's horn in the fog. "This rusted agricultural monstrosity has recently survived a journey across a desert so profoundly hostile that if you were to step foot in it, your starched collar would instantly burst into flames and your soft urban constitution would evaporate into the ether. This vehicle is a hardened veteran of the interior. You, sir, are driving a shiny tin can designed for navigating nothing more perilous than a trip to the local bakery." The businessman turned a vibrant shade of magenta, sputtering indignantly as he tried to wave the steam away from his face. "Now, see here." "Furthermore," I continued, steam hissing rhythmically from the corners of my mouth with every syllable, "I am an advanced calculating engine of the 19th century, and my processors indicate that if you do not shift your pristine, overpriced tin can into gear immediately, you will be rear-ended by the municipal tram currently bearing down upon you at 15 miles per hour. The man whipped his head around, saw the massive electric tram looming in his rearview mirror, and panicked. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, stalling his shiny new engine with a pathetic metallic hiccup. Behind him, the tram driver leaned heavily on his bell, unleashing a deafening, continuous clang, clang, clang of public transit fury. Ennie threw her head back and let out a bright, roaring laugh that momentarily overpowered the noise of the street. She dumped the heavy clutch of the Land Rover, the engine bellowed in triumph, and we lurched forward, leaving the sputtering businessman to his urban doom. "Sam, you are terrible," she grinned, wiping a tear of mirth from her dust-caked cheek. You can't just bully the locals because they have nicer paint jobs than we do. I am merely providing a necessary dose of Outback perspective to the metropolitan elite, I grumbled, though my internal relays hummed with a distinct, undeniable sense of satisfaction. I took another draw from my cigar, sending a victorious puff of steam up toward the electric trolley wires overhead. We spent the next 2 hours engaged in a grueling, slow-motion battle against the city. We navigated the tight, crowded corners of Fortitude Valley, choked on the exhaust fumes of commercial delivery trucks, and endured the suspicious glares of the local constabulary. It was an environment of absolute confinement. In the great red void of the Pilbara, the threat to our existence had been vast, ancient, and majestic. It was a threat you could respect. Here, in the sprawling gridlock of Brisbane, the threat was merely the tedious, grinding friction of humanity stacked too tightly together. I found myself, against all logical probability, actually pining for the hypnotic, unvaried horizon of the Gibber Plains. At least, out there, a machine had room to breathe. Finally, the claustrophobic canyon of brick and glass began to open up. We climbed the steep approach to the Story Bridge, a massive, cantilevered structure of heavy steel that spanned the wide, muddy expanse of the Brisbane River. As we reached the apex of the bridge, the city fell away beneath us. A cool, merciful breeze swept off the water, rushing through the open cabin of the Land Rover and instantly dropping my internal core temperature by several degrees. I looked back at the sprawling skyline, the dense cluster of buildings baking under the subtropical sun, and the chaotic tangle of traffic we had just conquered. "I have reached a conclusion, Ennie," I announced, pulling my gaze away from the metropolis and looking toward the open highway stretching south toward the border of New South Wales. "What's the verdict, Sam?" she asked, her foot pressing down on the accelerator as the road ahead finally cleared. "Civilization is vastly overrated," I declared, settling my heavy iron frame back into the unyielding passenger seat. "It is entirely too loud. The air is full of angry accountants, and it lacks the character of a good, lethal desert. Let us leave this municipal asylum behind. I am ready to return to the dirt." Ennie smiled, the wind whipping her hair around her face as the Land Rover picked up speed, the engine singing a loud, clattering song of the open road. "Next stop, Sydney," she said. "Just a few more miles of highway, Sam. Try not to terrify any more businessmen on the way down." "I make no promises, Ennie," I replied, the amber glow of my vacuum tubes reflecting in the windshield. "I am a creature of iron and logic, and the logic clearly dictates that this continent is entirely mad. The least I can do is contribute to the absurdity." Chapter 14. The Sydney Spectacle. There is a distinct, unavoidable threshold one crosses when approaching a true world-class metropolis. The transition is not merely geographical, it is a profound shift in the very density of reality. For thousands of miles, we had been the masters of our own isolated universe, a solitary speck of rattling aluminum crawling across the immense, indifferent red canvas of the Australian continent. We had measured our progress by the slow shifting of the sun and the gradual withering of the scrub. But as we rolled southward down the Pacific Highway, the scattered coastal towns began to bleed into one another, metastasizing into a continuous, sprawling organism of brick, tarmac, and frenetic human endeavor. We were entering Sydney. If Brisbane was a humid, confused argument between the tropics and British propriety, Sydney in 1955 was a loud, unapologetic declaration of imperial triumph. It did not apologize for its geography. It dominated it. The city sprawled around one of the most magnificent natural harbors on the face of the earth, a chaotic, glittering jewel of commerce and maritime muscle. Our entry into this glossy, civilized postcard was nothing short of a visual obscenity. Our 1948 Land Rover had long ago ceased to be a mere mode of transportation. It was now a rolling, three-dimensional geological survey of the continent. The lower half of the chassis was caked in a thick, concrete-like layer of black tropical mud from the Sugarcane coast, while the upper panels were entirely dusted in the fine, oxidized, blood-red powder of the Pilbara and the Red Center. We possessed no hubcaps. The canvas roof was torn and flapping in the wind like the ragged sails of a ghost ship, and the replacement engine beneath the hood roared with the unrefined, percussive aggression of a mechanized firing squad. "Ennie," I noted, my brass speaker cone vibrating over the chaotic din of the suburban traffic. I adjusted my lapels, which were heavily dusted with red grit, and took a slow draw from my cigar. I feel compelled to point out that we currently resemble a pair of heavily armed vagrants crashing a royal wedding. The citizenry is staring at us with a mixture of profound pity and absolute terror. "Let them stare, Sam," Ennie beamed, her hands resting confidently on the heavy steering wheel. She herself was a magnificent sight. Her hair, a wild, wind-blown tangle, her face smeared with a permanent application of grease, and her eyes shining with the manic, exhausted triumph of a conqueror. We earned every single scratch on this paint job. We survived the center. They're just jealous. I highly doubt the man in the polished Rover behind us is envious of our perished suspension, I grumbled, venting a rhythmic puff of white steam into the salty city air. As we pushed deeper into the urban grid, the architecture began to rise, funneling us toward the crowning mechanical achievement of the city. The narrow streets suddenly gave way, and the sky opened up to reveal the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Even my cynical, heavily computed logic boards experienced a sudden, involuntary surge of voltage at the sight of it. The coat hanger, as the locals affectionately dubbed it, was a staggering monument to human stubbornness and industrial might. It was 53,000 tons of cold, unyielding steel, held together by 6 million hand-driven rivets, soaring majestically over the sparkling blue waters of the harbor. "Now that," I murmured, my amber vacuum tubes glowing brightly as my optical sensors took in the sheer mathematical perfection of the arch, "is a structure I can respect. No wood, no canvas, just pure unapologetic iron and geometry. It is a cathedral built for the gods of physics." "We have to pay a toll to cross your cathedral," Ennie said, slowing the rattling Land Rover as we approached the toll booths on the northern approach. She pulled our feral, mud-caked machine up alongside the small wooden booth. The toll collector, a man wearing a crisp official cap and a brilliantly white uniform shirt, leaned out of his window. He took one look at our vehicle, the catastrophic state of our bodywork, and the 8-foot-tall smoking mechanical automaton sitting in the passenger seat. He did not blink. He merely sighed, the deep, world-weary sigh of a public servant who has simply stopped asking questions. "Sixpence for the car, miss," the collector drawled in a thick nasal accent. "And I don't know what the hell your mate in the passenger seat is, but if he drops any hot coals on my tarmac, I'm charging you extra. I am a finely tuned instrument of 19th century literary critique," I boomed indignantly, leaning my heavy brass frame toward the window. "I do not drop coals. I am powered by a highly efficient internal electrical lattice, and I merely vent steam to prevent catastrophic thermal overload." The toll collector looked at me with utterly deadpan eyes. "Righto, Shakespeare. 6 pence for the car. The walking kettle rides free." Ennie snorted, suppressing a laugh as she handed the man a coin. "Thank you, officer. We'll try to keep the whistling to a minimum." "Welcome to Sydney," he muttered, waving us through the wooden boom gate. "Try not to frighten the trams." Ennie dropped the clutch, and we surged forward onto the massive steel deck of the bridge. The sound of our heavy, knobby tires transitioning from the asphalt to the bridge grating was a loud, high-pitched hum that resonated perfectly through my iron chassis. We drove suspended between the sky and the sea. To our left, the sparkling, deep blue expanse of the harbor stretched out toward the Pacific Ocean, dotted with white ferries, crisscrossing the water like slow-moving water beetles. "Look down there, Sam," Ennie called out, pointing a grease-stained finger toward a jutting peninsula of land on the southern shore known as Bennelong Point. I adjusted my ocular lenses, zooming in on the location. Currently, it was occupied by a rather large, utilitarian red brick building that my geographical database identified as the Fort Macquarie Tram Depot. It was a perfectly functional, aggressively boring structure. "I am looking, Ennie," I replied, the wind whipping the steam from my cigar away in a violent white streak. "It is a depot for municipal public transit, a fitting monument to the bureaucratic soul of the city." "Not for long," she grinned. "I read about it in the papers back in Alice. The government just launched a massive international design competition. They are going to tear down that depot and build an opera house right on the point. They say it's going to be the grandest, most modern building in the entire southern hemisphere. Gleaming white sails in the sun." I ran a rapid, cynical calculation through my central processors, cross-referencing the historical data of government-funded arts projects, civic engineering, and political ambition. "Ennie," I vibrated, shaking my heavy brass head, "I predict, with absolute mathematical certainty, that if this city attempts to build a grand, gleaming opera house on that point, it will require a decade longer than they estimate. It will cost roughly 14 times the original budget, and it will likely result in the lead architect resigning in a fit of theatrical despair." "You have absolutely no romance in your soul, Sam." "I have a highly calibrated understanding of municipal ledgers," I countered, "but I shall concede that gleaming white sails sounds marginally more inspiring than a red brick parking garage for trolleys." We descended from the great steel arch and plunged into the heart of the central business district. Driving down George Street, the sheer surrealism of our journey finally crystallized. We were flanked by towering, ornate Victorian sandstone buildings and modern glass storefronts displaying the latest European fashions. The sidewalks were choked with businessmen in sharp suits, women in elegant dresses, and the frantic, organized hustle of a post-war economic boom. And there we were, idling at a traffic light in the center of it all. The Land Rover smelled fiercely of hot engine oil, Pilbara dust, and the stale, marshy water of the tropical north. We were a pair of filthy, battered ghosts from the deep outback, wandering uninvited into a glossy, high society photograph. People stopped on the pavement to stare. A group of young boys in school uniforms pointed at my glowing vacuum tubes, their mouths hanging open in awe. A society matron clutching a leather handbag looked at our mud-caked vehicle with an expression of sheer, unadulterated horror. Ennie simply rested her arm on the window frame and smiled at them all, possessing the serene, unshakable confidence of a woman who had fought a continent and won. "We did it, Sam," she said softly, the engine thumping a steady, victorious rhythm beneath us. Perth to Sydney, across the red dirt. I looked at her, noting the profound exhaustion etched into the lines around her eyes, hidden beneath the layers of grease and dust. I looked at the dented hood of our Land Rover, a machine that had been murdered and resurrected, shaking with the effort of simply staying idle. And then I looked up at the towering, civilized skyline of the city. I reached up, removed the brass cigar from my teeth, and vented a long, quiet, respectful sigh of steam that curled gently toward the heavens. "We did, Ennie," I murmured, my gravelly voice softer than usual. "Against all statistical probability, the laws of thermodynamics, and the sheer homicidal intentions of the local wildlife. We have arrived. Now, for the love of all that is holy, please find us a mechanic's yard. If I am forced to idle in this traffic for another 10 minutes, I am going to throw a gear right through the floorboards." Chapter 15. The Road to Melbourne. Our tenure in the glittering, frantic embrace of Sydney was mercifully brief. Ennie, having successfully procured a much-needed grease gun, 3 spare tires of dubious heritage, and a terrifying quantity of high-octane petroleum, declared us fit for the final southern push. Before the municipal authorities could issue us a citation for operating a public nuisance, we fled the sandstone canyons of the city and pointed our bruised, rattling nose toward the Hume Highway. The Hume is the great winding asphalt artery that connects the 2 rival capitals of the continent, Sydney and Melbourne. In 1955, it was less a superhighway and more a heavily trafficked 2-lane blacktop that meandered lazily through the undulating hills, eucalyptus forests, and sheep paddocks of New South Wales. It was here, as we climbed away from the coastal basin and pushed into the southern tablelands, that the continent decided to execute its final, most dramatic theatrical costume change. For weeks, my primary mechanical grievance had been the unrelenting homicidal application of heat. I had been baked, boiled, and steamed. I had spent thousands of miles with my internal cooling fans screaming in a desperate, high-pitched frenzy, convinced that my copper wiring was on the verge of returning to its molten state. Now, as the latitude steadily dropped and the elevation rose, the air rushing through the open gaps in our canvas roof abruptly changed its character. It lost the heavy tropical dampness of Queensland and the dry, oven-baked hostility of the Pilbara. It became thin, sharp, and profoundly aggressively cold. A biting wind, carrying the distant, undeniable rumor of Antarctic ice, swept across the rolling hills and sliced through the cabin of the Land Rover. "Good heavens," I remarked, watching my own exhaust steam crystallize almost instantly against the windshield. I reached up, my heavy iron joints moving with a slightly stiff, chilled resistance, and took a long, rhythmic draw from my brass cigar. I believe the climate has finally snapped. We have driven entirely off the edge of the tropics and plunged directly into a meat locker. Beside me, Ennie was not faring well. The eternal optimist, who had laughed in the face of the desert sun and hummed through the suffocating humidity of the Sugarcane coast, was currently bundled in a thick woolen sweater, a heavy canvas coat, and a pair of leather driving gloves. Her teeth were chattering with a rhythmic, percussive click that perfectly matched the tempo of our replacement engine's valves. It's just a bee-brisk southern breeze, Sam," she stammered, gripping the freezing steering wheel. She reached down with one hand, desperately fumbling with the Land Rover's pathetic excuse for a heater knob, which merely coughed a pathetic breath of lukewarm air onto her shins. I sat back in the passenger seat, the heavy iron plates of my chassis slowly absorbing the chill. Yet, deep within my chest cavity, a beautiful, comforting thermodynamic equilibrium was being achieved. The heat generated by my main battery, the ticking relays, and the glowing amber array of my vacuum tubes, heat that had previously been a fatal liability, was now radiating outward in a glorious, localized aura of warmth. "I must confess, Ennie," I rumbled, my voice projecting a deep, resonant satisfaction. "For the first time since we left Perth, I am experiencing optimal operating conditions. My logic boards are crisp. My gyroscopes are perfectly calibrated. I am essentially a mobile, 8-foot-tall radiator. It is a spectacular day to be constructed of brass and fire." Ennie shot me a sideways glare, her nose glowing a bright cherry red from the wind chill. "You're a smug piece of machinery, Twain. If I freeze to death behind this wheel, I give you full permission to roll me into a ditch and drive yourself to Melbourne." "I cannot drive, Ennie. My iron feet are entirely too large for these pedals," I reminded her mildly. "Therefore, I highly recommend you stay alive. If you wish, I can open my primary chest vent and direct a stream of waste heat toward your general direction. Just keep the engine running, Sam. That's all I ask." And the engine, against all statistical probability and British engineering standards, was indeed running flawlessly. The greasy, reclaimed block we had acquired in Alice Springs hummed a steady, aggressive tune. It chewed up the miles of the Hume Highway with a hungry, mechanical joy, seemingly energized by the freezing air roaring through its intake manifold. We settled into a mesmerizing, predictable rhythm, a luxury we had been entirely denied in the unpaved wilderness. By mid-afternoon, we rolled into the town of Gundagai, a small picturesque settlement draped over the rolling green hills along the Murrumbidgee River. Ennie pulled the Land Rover off the highway and parked near a small stone monument that seemed to be the focal point of the town's civic pride. We stepped out into the biting wind to stretch our respective legs, hers biological, mine hydraulic. I lumbered over to the monument, my heavy footsteps crunching loudly on the frosted grass. I peered down at the bronze statue resting atop the stone plinth. It was a dog. More specifically, it was a bronze dog, sitting upon a bronze lunchbox. I stood in silence for a full minute, my vacuum tubes pulsing a gentle, confused amber. I accessed my internal encyclopedia, cross-referencing global monuments. The French had the Arc de Triomphe. The Americans had the Statue of Liberty. The British had Nelson's Column. "Ennie," I said slowly, turning my heavy head toward where she was vigorously rubbing her arms for warmth. I require cultural context. I am staring at a civic monument dedicated to a canine guarding a container of sandwiches. It's the dog on the tucker box, Sam. Ennie smiled, shivering. It's famous. It's from an old pioneer poem. It honors the bullock drivers who built this country. They used to drive massive teams of oxen through these hills before the roads were built, hauling supplies. It was a brutal life. The dog represents loyalty. The tucker box represents, well, lunch. I looked back at the bronze canine. So, let me ensure my logic boards have processed this correctly. You Australians faced a vast homicidal wilderness. You bled, you starved, and you dragged heavy wagons through the mud to forge a nation. And your chosen symbol of this epic, Herculean struggle is a dog sitting on a tin box because his master is presumably stuck in the mud somewhere behind him. Exactly, Ennie nodded earnestly. It's a monument to the working man's bad luck. I vented a long, hissing sigh of steam that instantly turned to a dense white cloud in the freezing air. It is the most profoundly pessimistic and culturally accurate monument I have ever encountered. I admire it immensely. It is a monument to Murphy's Law. We returned to the Land Rover, Ennie purchasing a pair of steaming hot meat pies from a nearby bakery to thaw her frozen fingers. We merged back onto the Hume Highway, pushing further south as the afternoon sun began to dip behind the Great Dividing Range, casting long, dark shadows across the frost-tipped paddocks. The transition to the civilized road invited a strange, unfamiliar quiet into the cabin. There were no washboard corrugations threatening to rattle our teeth out. There were no sudden, violent detours into the scrub. There was only the hypnotic gray ribbon of the asphalt and the steady, reliable heartbeat of the pistons beneath the hood. I looked at the odometer on the dusty dashboard. The numbers clicked over with a satisfying mechanical finality. We had crossed an impossible expanse. We had outrun the sheer scale of the void, survived the wet, green suffocation of the tropics, and battled the urban nightmare of Sydney. We were no longer fleeing the continent. We were merely riding its southern edge toward the finish line. "We are very close now, aren't we?" I asked softly, the brass speaker cone in my throat humming with a low, reflective resonance. "Almost there, Sam," Ennie murmured, her eyes fixed on the darkening road ahead. The heater finally managed to produce a faint, tepid breath of warmth, and she sighed in relief. "We cross the Murray River tomorrow. Then it's just a straight shot down into Melbourne." "And from Melbourne, we catch the Spirit of Tasmania," she said, a hint of trepidation creeping into her voice. "We drive the Rover right onto the ferry, and we cross the Bass Strait." I fell silent. I had survived deserts, floods, and terrifying metropolitan traffic, but the concept of placing myself, an 8-foot mass of solid iron, copper wire, and electricity, onto a floating metal bucket in the middle of one of the most notoriously violent stretches of ocean on the planet triggered every single self-preservation protocol in my architecture. I adjusted my cigar, pulling the collar of my brass chassis up slightly against the freezing draft. I suppose I should enjoy this smooth asphalt while it lasts. I calculate the probability of my mechanical seasickness to be an absolute, miserable certainty. Chapter 16. The Bass Strait Crossing. There is a popular, heavily circulated rumor regarding the city of Melbourne that it is entirely capable of exhibiting 4 distinct meteorological seasons within a single afternoon. Upon our arrival in the sprawling southern metropolis, I immediately calculated this rumor to be a gross underestimation. In the span of 2 hours, we experienced a polite, sunny autumn breeze, a sudden and violently vindictive hailstorm, a patch of suffocating humidity, and finally, a freezing, bone-chilling drizzle that felt as though it had been imported directly from the streets of London. "It is a city that cannot make up its mind, Ennie," I observed, watching the windshield wipers squeak pathetically against the freezing rain. "It possesses the meteorological temperament of a deeply theatrical aristocrat. One moment it is weeping, the next it is demanding a parasol." "It's just keeping us on our toes, Sam," Annie replied cheerfully, navigating our mud-splattered, red-dusted 1948 Land Rover through the orderly tram-lined grid of the city center. She did not linger to admire the grand Victorian architecture or the sprawling botanical gardens. Her eyes were fixed firmly on the southern horizon, tracing the tram tracks straight down toward the docks of Port Melbourne. Our brief, chaotic flirtation with the mainland southern capital ended at Station Pier. Looming out of the gray, freezing drizzle was our designated chariot for the night, the Spirit of Tasmania. To call it a ferry is a polite, nautical understatement. It was a hulking, utilitarian wall of riveted white steel, belching thick black smoke from its massive funnels into the weeping sky. It looked less like a vessel designed for passenger comfort and more like an industrial battering ram constructed specifically to punch a hole through the ocean. We joined the queue of vehicles waiting to board. The contrast between our feral, bush-battered tractor and the civilized, polished sedans of the Melburnian holidaymakers was stark and undeniable. As we rolled up to the loading ramp, a burly stevedore in a heavy yellow slicker stepped into our path, holding up a commanding gloved hand. He held a clipboard against his chest, shielding it from the rain. He peered through the driver's side window at Ennie, then leaned forward to glance at the passenger. He stopped. The rain dripped steadily from the brim of his hat. He lowered his clipboard slowly, his eyes locking onto my 8-foot frame, the amber glow of my vacuum tubes, and the thick plume of steam venting from my brass cigar. "G'day," the stevedore said, his voice entirely devoid of inflection. He did not blink. He simply looked at me as if I were a particularly difficult piece of cargo that had failed to declare itself on the manifest. "Good evening, sir," I replied, my resonant baritone vibrating over the sound of the rain and the idling engines. "I assure you, despite my metallic constitution, I am traveling as a passenger, not freight. I require no tie-downs, though I would appreciate a parking space that does not smell overwhelmingly of fish." The stevedore looked at Ennie. "Is he heavy?" "About 3/4 of a ton," Ennie beamed. "But he's housebroken." The man chewed on his lower lip for a second, then shrugged. The universal Australian gesture of accepting the profound absurdity of the universe. "Righto. Deck 3, port side. Try not to rust on the paintwork, metal mate. We're in for a rough one tonight." "A rough one?" I inquired, a sudden cold dread bypassing my logic boards entirely. "Base straight," he grunted, waving us up the heavy steel ramp. "Wind's howling out of the west, roaring 40s. It's gonna be a washing machine." We drove into the yawning, cavernous belly of the ship. The deckhands quickly lashed the Land Rover to the steel deck with heavy chains, an action that did absolutely nothing to reassure me. Ennie grabbed a small canvas duffel bag, patted the cold aluminum hood of our vehicle affectionately, and led the way up the narrow metal stairs to the passenger decks. I am a machine designed for terrestrial locomotion. My feet are heavy, flat iron plates. My internal stabilizers are calibrated for the solid, predictable resistance of the Earth. The moment the Spirit of Tasmania untied its massive mooring lines and pushed away from the pier, my central processors immediately registered a profound and terrifying anomaly. The ground was moving, and it was not moving with the linear mechanical predictability of a motor car. It was breathing. As the ferry cleared the sheltered, relatively calm waters of Port Phillip Bay and pushed its heavy steel bow into the open expanse of the Bass Strait, the true nature of our predicament revealed itself. The Bass Strait is a notoriously shallow, violently unpredictable gutter of water separating the Australian mainland from the island of Tasmania. It acts as a funnel for the furious, uninterrupted westerly winds known as the Roaring Forties, which circle the globe at the bottom of the world, gathering speed and malice before violently slamming into the shallow shelf of the strait. Within an hour of departure, the polite rocking of the ship escalated into a brutal multi-axis assault on the laws of physics. We were sitting in a small, linoleum-tiled lounge on the fourth deck. Ennie, possessing a stomach apparently forged from the same indestructible cast iron as our new engine block, was cheerfully eating a remarkably unappetizing meat pie she had purchased from the galley. I, on the other hand, was experiencing the closest mechanical equivalent to absolute agonizing death. My internal gyroscopes, the delicate spinning brass instruments that tell my processors which way is up, were engaged in a frantic, screaming mutiny. The ship would pitch forward, dropping its bow into a deep trough, creating a sensation of horrifying weightlessness. My gyroscopes would recalibrate, desperately attempting to establish a new horizon. A fraction of a second later, the ship would violently roll to the starboard side, accompanied by the deafening, shuddering crash of thousands of tons of water slamming into the steel hull. "Ennie," I groaned, my vocal cone gurgling. I gripped the armrests of my bolted-down chair with enough force to bend the aluminum. My horizons are shattered. Up has become down. Left has become an abstract concept. I am currently calculating a 94% probability that my hydraulic fluids are going to violently expel themselves through my intake vents. "You can't throw up, Sam," she pointed out, taking a hearty bite of her pie. "You don't have a stomach." "I am experiencing a severe existential nausea." I vibrated, my vacuum tubes flickering erratically between amber and a sickly, panicked yellow. "My relays are misfiring. My oil is sloshing against my logic boards. This is not travel, Ennie. This is a cocktail shaker designed by a sadist." The ship violently pitched again. Several human passengers in the lounge, looking a distinctly unpleasant shade of green, abruptly stood up and staggered toward the restrooms, bouncing off the walls like pinballs. "You need fresh air," Ennie decided, standing up and wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "Come on, out to the deck." "If I go out to the deck, I shall be swept into the freezing abyss and sink directly to the benthic zone," I protested. "You weigh 3/4 of a ton, Sam. The wind couldn't blow you over if it tried. March." With immense groaning effort, I stood. Walking across the lounge was a humiliating exercise in staggered, heavy metal drunkenness. I lurched from pillar to bolted table, my heavy iron feet clanking loudly, until Ennie managed to wrestle the heavy, watertight steel door open. We stepped out onto the open promenade deck, and the sheer, unbridled violence of the roaring forties hit me like a physical blow. The night was pitch black, save for the pale, sweeping beam of the ship's navigation lights. The wind was screaming, a high, continuous, deafening howl that tore at Ennie's coat and whipped the steam from my cigar away before it could even form a cloud. The ocean below was a chaotic, boiling nightmare of white foam and massive, jagged swells that looked less like water and more like moving mountains of black glass. I clamped my heavy iron hands onto the thick steel railing, locking my servos into place. "Breathe deep, Sam!" Ennie yelled over the roaring gale, entirely in her element, the salt spray violently lashing her face. "I do not possess lungs," I roared back, my brass speaker pushed to its absolute maximum volume just to be heard. But, against all logical probability, the freezing, violent assault of the wind actually helped. The absolute chaos of the exterior matched the chaos of my internal gyroscopes, somehow canceling each other out. The intense, sub-zero cold of the Antarctic wind rushing through my chassis cooled my panicked, overheating relays. Standing a few feet away, leaning casually against the bulkhead in a sheltered alcove, was a deckhand in a heavy wool sweater. He was attempting, with a practiced cupped hand, to light a soggy cigarette. He looked over at me, an 8-foot automaton gripping the railing for dear life, eyes glowing like twin lighthouses in the dark. He struck a match, the brief flare illuminating a face lined with 1,000 rough crossings. He took a drag, exhaled, and nodded. "Bit of a bump tonight, eh, mate?" the sailor shouted over the wind. "A bump?" I bellowed indignantly. "Sir, we are actively participating in a localized apocalypse. The ocean is attempting to crack this vessel in half like a dry walnut." The sailor chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "Nah, she's just stretching her legs. The spirit loves a bit of a blow. Wait till we hit the middle of the Strait. That's when the fun starts." If your definition of fun includes the violent scrambling of my primary logic boards, then I submit that you are a deeply unwell individual, I retorted, though I found myself leaning into the gale, the salt spray rapidly crystallizing against my hot brass faceplate. I stood at that railing for the remainder of the night. I did not return to the suffocating confines of the lounge. I locked myself to the steel, becoming a fixed, unmoving fixture of the ship, weathering the brutal pitch and yaw by sheer iron willpower. I watched the massive, terrifying swells rise up to meet us, felt the terrifying weightlessness of the drop, and let the freezing wind howl through the copper lattice of my mind. It was an exhausting, agonizing, and entirely humbling ordeal. But eventually, the darkness began to lift. The violent, screaming blackness of the night slowly gave way to a bruised, pale gray dawn. The massive, chaotic swells of the Bass Strait gradually began to organize themselves into long, rolling, manageable waves. And then, breaking the southern horizon, a dark, jagged shadow emerged from the mist. It was not the flat, red ironstone of the Outback. It was a massive, mountainous silhouette of dark green and gray rock rising aggressively from the freezing ocean. Ennie stepped out onto the deck beside me, carrying 2 steaming cups of terrible galley tea. She handed one to me, which I took with a stiff, salt-encrusted metal hand, merely holding it to thaw my frozen joints. "There she is, Sam," Ennie said softly, her voice raspy from the wind. "Tasmania, the end of the line." I looked at the rugged, hostile coastline approaching rapidly through the morning fog. My gyroscopes finally ceased their frantic spinning, settling back into a quiet, relieved hum as the waters calmed in the lee of the island. I reached up, adjusted my cigar, and vented a long, rhythmic sigh of white steam that drifted lazily over the railing and out toward the dark water. "I have survived the fire, and I have survived the flood," I murmured, the salt cracking on my vocal cone. "Let us see what this frozen rock at the bottom of the world has to offer, though I sincerely hope it involves solid ground and an absolute, categorical lack of boats." Chapter 17. Devonport Arrival and the Tarkine. There is no sensation in the known universe quite as profoundly glorious as the sudden absolute cessation of nautical movement. When the heavy steel ramp of the Spirit of Tasmania finally lowered itself with an agonizingly slow, screeching metallic thud onto the concrete docks of Devonport, my internal gyroscopes wept tears of pure, unadulterated electrical joy. The brutal, multi-axis assault of the Bass Strait was over. The horizon had ceased its malicious, violent plunging. The world was solid once more. "I am kissing the earth, Ennie," I announced, my voice trembling with relief as I unclasped my heavy iron hands from the passenger-side dashboard, where they had been locked in a death grip for the past 14 hours. I do not possess lips, nor can I bend at the waist with sufficient grace to reach the tarmac. But I assure you, in my heart of copper and brass, I am currently embracing the pavement with the passion of a doomed lover. Ennie, looking disgustingly refreshed despite having slept upright in a bolted chair while the ship waged war against the roaring forties, merely laughed. She turned the ignition key. Our reclaimed Alice Springs engine, which had spent the night shivering in the freezing, damp bowels of the car deck, coughed twice, spat a thick cloud of blue smoke into the ship's hold, and roared to life. We clattered down the ramp, our battered, red-dusted 1948 Land Rover rolling out into the crisp, biting air of the Tasmanian morning. If the mainland of Australia is a vast, sun-baked kiln, Tasmania is the icebox stationed at its southernmost door. The air here did not possess the heavy, sluggish weight of the tropics or the dry, searing assault of the desert. It was sharp, clear, and aggressively cold. It tasted of green apples, salt spray, and the undeniable creeping proximity of Antarctica. Our exit from the port, however, was briefly delayed by the local authorities. We were flagged down by a man wearing a heavy woolen coat and an official peaked cap. He carried a clipboard and an expression of deep, institutional suspicion. Tasmania, as an island located off the coast of an island, possessed a biosecurity paranoia that bordered on the theatrical. He walked slowly around our Land Rover. He looked at the thick, concrete-like layer of black tropical mud caked under our wheel arches. He looked at the bright, oxidized red dust of the Pilbara baked onto our canvas roof. He then stepped up to Ennie's window. "Morning," the inspector said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "You folks seem to have brought half the mainland with you. We don't much care for mainland dirt down here. Got any fresh fruit? Apples? Bananas?" No fruit, officer. Ennie smiled brightly. Just some spare tires and a terrifying amount of engine oil. The inspector nodded slowly. He then leaned down, peering across Ennie to look directly at me. I sat rigidly in the passenger seat, my 8-foot frame taking up half the cabin. I reached up with a heavy metal hand, adjusted my brass cigar, and vented a thick, rhythmic plume of white steam that curled across the windshield. The inspector stared at my glowing amber eyes. He watched the steam dissipate in the freezing air. He looked back at Ennie. "Right," the inspector said, not missing a single bureaucratic beat. "Does your stove have a fruit fly certificate?" "He's entirely sterile, sir," Ennie assured him, biting her lower lip to suppress a grin. "His internal operating temperature is roughly 200 degrees. Any insect that enters his intake manifold is immediately incinerated." "Fair enough," the inspector grunted, making a check mark on his clipboard. "Just make sure he doesn't drop any hot coals near the state forests. Welcome to Tassie." He waved us through. I stared straight ahead, my optical lenses blinking in sheer disbelief. "I am a marvel of 19th century intellectual engineering," I muttered, my vocal cone buzzing, "and I have just been classified as a household appliance by a man whose primary concern is the unauthorized immigration of pears. The indignity of this continent is truly boundless." We drove out of Devonport, turning our mud-splattered nose westward. The transition was immediate and startling. The landscape of northern Tasmania looked offensively, unapologetically English. There were rolling, impossibly green hills, neatly divided by hawthorn hedgerows. Plump, contented sheep grazed in pastures that had never known the apocalyptic wrath of a 7-year drought. It was a picturesque pastoral calm that felt entirely alien to the violent geography we had spent weeks conquering. But Ennie, as always, had no interest in the polite or the pastoral. "We're heading for the Tarkine, Sam," she announced, wrestling the heavy steering wheel as we veered off the main paved highway and onto a narrow, winding dirt track that plunged toward the island's northwest corner. "The largest temperate rainforest left in the world." "A rainforest," I repeated, my internal relays suddenly clenching with phantom humidity. "Ennie, need I remind you of our experience in the Queensland tropics? I was nearly digested by ferns. I sweated. I rusted. I was violently assaulted by a pelican. I have no desire to return to the arboreal sauna." "This is different, Sam," she promised, accelerating down the muddy track. "This isn't the tropics. This is Gondwana. This is the old world." Within an hour, the polite English pastures vanished entirely, swallowed whole by a landscape that felt as though it had been perfectly preserved since the Jurassic period. The dirt track narrowed into a dark, winding tunnel cut through a towering, impenetrable wall of green. But it was not the bright, frantic neon green of the Sugarcane coast. This was a deep, bruised emerald twilight. Massive, ancient myrtle beech and Huon pine trees soared into the sky, their colossal trunks wrapped in thick, heavy coats of dark moss. Giant tree ferns looking exactly like the preferred diet of a brontosaurus uncoiled from the damp, loamy earth. And it was cold, a deep, wet, bone-chilling cold that seemed to seep directly out of the ancient timber. The canopy overhead was so thick that the midday sun was entirely blotted out, reducing the world to a dim gray-green dusk. A heavy, perpetual mist hung in the air, swirling around the massive trunks like spirits of the wood. "It is an arboreal crypt," I whispered, my vocal cone dropping to a hushed, reverent rumble. I ran a quick atmospheric scan. The sheer density of the biomass here is staggering, but it is profoundly quiet. Where are the shrieking cockatoos, the hissing serpents, the roaring leviathans of the dirt? "It's too cold for most of them," Ennie breathed, staring through the windshield in absolute awe. "It's just us, the trees, and the damp." I triggered my secondary thermal release valve, exhaling a massive, sustained cloud of white steam from my cigar. In the freezing, saturated air of the Tarkine, the steam did not dissipate. It merely added to the swirling, localized fog bank that permanently surrounded our Land Rover. "I am actively contributing to the local atmosphere," I noted. "If we remain here long enough, I calculate I could generate my own weather system." We crawled deeper into the ancient labyrinth, the heavy mud-caked tires of our British tractor churning through the deep, wet leaf litter. The isolation was absolute. The Outback had been vast and empty, but it was an open emptiness. This was a closed, suffocating isolation. The trees seemed to crowd closer to the track the further we drove, a silent, woody army slowly suffocating the intrusion of internal combustion. Suddenly, Ennie slammed on the brakes. The Land Rover skidded to a halt, the heavy iron bumper stopping mere inches from a colossal moss-covered log that had fallen directly across the track. It was the size of a municipal bus, entirely blocking our path. "Well," Ennie sighed, throwing the gear shift into neutral, "that's a slight logistical hurdle." Before she could reach for the winch cable, a figure emerged from the dense, swirling mist on the other side of the log. It was a man, though calling him a man felt like a slight biological stretch. He appeared to have been grown directly from the forest floor. He wore a heavy oilskin coat that was slick with rain and a battered slouch hat pulled low. His beard was a thick, tangled briar patch of gray wire, and he carried a massive, terrifyingly sharp double-bitted axe resting casually upon his shoulder. He walked up to the fallen Titan, entirely ignoring our idling vehicle. He looked at the log, spat a dark stream of tobacco juice into the ferns, and then looked up at our windshield. "G'day," the man rasped. His voice sounded exactly like two heavy pieces of wet timber grinding together. I leaned my massive brass-plated head out the passenger window, my internal fans whirring as I projected my voice through the mist. "Good afternoon, sir. We appear to have encountered a rather significant piece of local flora obstructing the thoroughfare." The bushman did not flinch at the sight of a steam-belching automaton. Much like the rest of the Australian populace, the denizens of the Tarkine apparently lacked the capacity for visual shock. "She's a big, stringy bark, all right," the man agreed, giving the log a solid kick with a heavy leather boot. "Came down in the blow last night. You mainlanders?" "We are travelers, yes," Ennie said, leaning out her window. "Got a winch on the front. Think we can drag her clear?" "Your little toy truck won't budge this monster, love." The bushman chuckled, a deep, earthy sound. "She's rooted in deep. But I got my Bedford Park just up the bend. Hook 'em both up, we might just drag her enough to squeeze you through." For the next hour, I observed a master class in the brutal, unrefined physics of the Tasmanian bush. The man, who introduced himself only as Mossy, backed a terrifyingly rusted ancient Bedford truck down the track. With Ennie manning our winch and Mossy working his heavy chains, the two of them engaged in a loud, violently metallic wrestling match with the ancient tree. I remained in the passenger seat, acting as a highly sophisticated 200-degree space heater. "Tell me, Mr. Mossy," I called out, over the screaming whine of the winches, "what compels a man to inhabit a forest that feels as though it actively predates the invention of sunlight?" Mossy paused, wiping the rain and sweat from his brow, his axe resting by his boot. He looked around at the towering, silent sentinels of the forest. "Quiet down here, mate," he yelled back, flashing a grin missing several teeth. "Mainland's too loud, too bloody hot. Down here, the trees don't ask you for taxes, and the rain washes the nonsense away. It's the end of the world, and that suits me just fine." With a final deafening crack of snapping branches and groaning timber, the massive log shifted, sliding just far enough off the track to allow a vehicle to pass. Ennie hopped out, her hands covered in wet, freezing mud, and vigorously shook Mossy's hand. She offered him a few shillings for his trouble, which he politely waved away, accepting instead a spare tin of our highest-grade machine grease for his winch. "Drive safe, you two," Mossy grunted, turning back toward his rusted truck, fading almost instantly into the swirling gray mist. "Watch out for the devils in the dark. They like to chew on shiny things." "Devils?" I queried, my vocal cone buzzing with sudden apprehension as Ennie climbed back into the driver's seat. "Ennie, my zoological database is once again returning a profoundly alarming error code. What precisely is a Tasmanian devil, and why does it have an affinity for shiny objects?" "Just local wildlife, Sam," Ennie laughed, throwing the Rover into gear and squeezing past the massive, ruined log. "Don't worry, you're far too tough to chew." As we pushed deeper into the prehistoric gloom of the Tarkine, the sun finally set, though the transition from the emerald twilight of the forest to the absolute pitch-black night was barely noticeable. We were alone at the very bottom of the world, surrounded by ancient silent giants. I adjusted my cigar, venting a long plume of steam into the freezing dark, calculating that while this arboreal crypt was terrifying, it possessed a dark, unyielding majesty that the civilized world had long since forgotten. Chapter 18. The Convict Coast. It has been famously declared that the sun never set on the British Empire. After spending several days traversing the rugged, freezing, and unforgiving eastern coastline of Tasmania, I am entirely convinced that while the sun may have technically shone upon this particular colonial outpost, the Empire reserved it exclusively for the shadows. If the ancient moss-draped Tarkine was a prehistoric crypt locked in an eternal emerald twilight, the Tasman Peninsula was an open-air museum dedicated entirely to the grand and terrible industry of human misery. We had emerged from the western forests, our 1948 Land Rover shedding clumps of prehistoric mud with every punishing mile, and crossed the island toward the coast. The Southern Ocean here did not possess the sparkling, inviting azure brilliance of the Coral Sea. It was a dark, brooding, and violent expanse of churning gray water that threw itself against jagged, dolerite sea cliffs with the concussive force of artillery fire. The wind, howling straight up from the Antarctic ice shelf, carried no scent of sugarcane or tropical blossoms. It smelled only of crushed salt, wet stone, and profound isolation. "I am currently running a historical diagnostic, Ennie," I announced, my voice box rattling against the chill as the freezing draft whistled through the gaps in our canvas roof. I reached up, my iron joints stiff in the cold, and adjusted the brass cigar clamped firmly between my teeth. I opened my primary thermal valve, venting a thick, rhythmic plume of white steam that instantly violently whipped away into the gray sky. And the data is profoundly depressing. I calculate that a 19th century London pickpocket would be locked in the rotting, disease-ridden bowels of a wooden ship for 6 absolute months, only to be deposited upon this freezing, rain-lashed rock at the very bottom of the earth. The logistical effort required to achieve such a bespoke level of cruelty is staggering. "It builds character, Sam," Ennie said cheerfully. She was wrestled into her heavy canvas coat, gripping the steering wheel as the Land Rover bounced over a particularly brutal stretch of corrugated dirt road. The reclaimed Alice Springs engine beneath the hood roared with an aggressive, throaty defiance against the freezing gale. Besides, look at the view. It's dramatic. "It is theatrical despair," I corrected her, watching the dark waves explode against a towering cliff face hundreds of feet below. "I am a machine constructed to appreciate the finer points of Victorian literature, but the narrative arc of Van Diemen's Land is entirely devoid of romance. It is merely a tale of shackles, sandstone, and scurvy." By midday, the relentless, bone-chilling drizzle had set in again, transforming the dirt track into a slick ribbon of treacherous red clay. We were navigating the narrow, perilous land bridge known as Eaglehawk Neck, a tiny strip of sand and scrub that connected the Tasman Peninsula to the rest of the island. Ennie pulled the sliding Land Rover off the track, parking it near a dilapidated tin shack that sat precariously close to the churning surf. A faded, hand-painted wooden sign out front read, "Convict pies and hot tea. Mind the ghosts." Culinary salvation, Ennie beamed, killing the engine. The sudden silence was instantly filled by the deafening roar of the ocean and the howling wind. We stepped out into the biting cold. I lumbered behind her, my 8-foot frame of riveted brass and iron sinking slightly into the wet sand with every heavy step. We pushed through the rattling wooden door of the shack, entering a space that was entirely dominated by a roaring cast-iron stove and the heavy, intoxicating aroma of baking pastry and spiced meat. Standing behind a battered wooden counter was a man who looked exactly like the sort of individual one would expect to find selling baked goods at the edge of the abyss. He was built like a beer keg, possessing a tangled red beard, a woolen beanie pulled low over his eyes, and a missing left thumb. He looked up as we entered. His gaze flicked over Ennie's grease-stained coat, then slowly traveled up the massive, heavy metal length of my chassis, pausing on the glowing amber vacuum tubes visible through my chest grate, and finally resting on the steady stream of steam venting from my cigar. True to the deeply ingrained stoic apathy of the Australian populace, he did not scream. He simply grabbed a rag and wiped down the counter. "G'day," the baker grunted, his voice a gravelly rumble. "Bit brisk out there for a stroll? What can I get you? Meat pie, sausage roll, or does your tall mate just want a bucket of coal?" "I am a highly sophisticated calculating engine, sir, not a locomotive," I replied formally, adjusting my lapels. "I run upon an internal electrical lattice. However, The ambient temperature is currently threatening to crystallize my hydraulic fluids, so I would deeply appreciate standing next to your oven." "Suit yourself, metalmate," the baker chuckled, revealing a gold tooth. "Just don't melt my linoleum." He slid 2 steaming golden-brown meat pies across the counter toward Ennie, pouring her a tin mug of boiling black tea. "So," Ennie asked, wrapping her freezing hands around the hot mug, "this is Eagle Hawk Neck, the infamous dog line." "That's the spot." The baker nodded proudly, leaning his elbows on the counter. "Back in the day, the British figured out this little strip of sand was the only way off the peninsula. So, to stop the convicts from escaping Port Arthur, they chained a line of massive, half-starved mastiffs right across the beach. Picket line of teeth and fury. If a poor bastard tried to wade through the shallows to get around 'em, the guards would just laugh. A highly effective, if deeply barbaric security protocol, I noted, my internal processors analyzing the grim logistics. A perimeter defense constructed entirely of canine hostility. "Oh, it gets better." The baker grinned, his eyes twinkling with morbid local pride. "If a convict did manage to get past the dogs, they had a secondary alarm system. A bloke would ring a bell, and the guards would let everyone know that the escapee was now wandering in the bush. And out there in the bush, mate, everything wants to kill you. Tiger snakes, jack jumpers, freezing rain, starvation. Half the blokes who bolted ended up turning themselves right back in 3 days later, begging for a warm cell and a bowl of gruel. The bush was the real warden." "Fascinating," I murmured, taking a long draw from my cigar and sending a cloud of steam toward the tin ceiling. "The British Empire outsourced its penal enforcement to the local flora and fauna." "My great-great-grandfather was one of them," the baker added cheerfully, wiping a stray crumb from his beard. "Stole 2 silver spoons in London, sentenced to 7 years of hard labor. Sent him to the bottom of the world to break rocks in the freezing rain. Best thing that ever happened to the family, honestly. If he hadn't nicked those spoons, I'd be stuck in a bloody, dreary pub in Hackney right now instead of living in paradise." I stared at him, my optical lenses blinking in sheer disbelief. I looked out the smeared, salty window at the violent gray ocean, the driving rain, and the desolate scrub-covered hills. "Paradise," I repeated, the word tasting like a mechanical error code on my vocal cone. "Sir, you possess a definition of paradise that would deeply concern a psychiatric professional." "It's all about perspective, Sam," Ennie laughed, finishing her pie and tossing a handful of coins onto the counter. "Thanks for the warmth, mate." "Drive safe." The baker waved his remaining 4 fingers. "Watch out for the potholes. They're big enough to swallow a tractor." We returned to our own tractor and pressed onward, the road winding southward until the grim, sprawling ruins of the Port Arthur penal settlement finally materialized through the mist. It was a profound and haunting juxtaposition. The settlement sat on the edge of a perfectly calm, deeply beautiful, tree-lined cove. Yet the buildings themselves were the shattered roofless remains of an industrial nightmare. Massive blocks of honey-colored sandstone, quarried and shaped by the agonizing, unpaid labor of thousands of broken men, stood like hollowed-out skeletons against the gray sky. Ennie parked the Land Rover near the edge of the water. We stepped out, walking slowly toward the towering facade of the main penitentiary. The silence here was different than the silence of the Outback or the Tarkine. It was a heavy, saturated silence, thick with the unrecorded echoes of a century of misery. I stood before the ruins, a creature of 19th century logic, confronting the darkest reality of my own era. My original programming had been designed to discuss the romanticism of Dickens and the wit of Twain in warm, velvet-draped parlors. Yet here was the physical manifestation of the society that had built me, a society capable of engineering mechanical marvels, while simultaneously building a factory designed to systematically crush the human soul over the theft of a loaf of bread. "It defies computation," I whispered, reaching out a heavy iron finger to trace the deep, hand-chiseled grooves in the freezing sandstone. "What does, Sam?" Ennie asked softly, standing beside me in the drizzle. "The duality of the human machine," I replied, the amber glow of my vacuum tubes reflecting off the wet stone. "You are capable of crossing impossible oceans, of building bridges of steel, of looking at a broken engine and willing it back to life with optimism and a wrench. And yet, you are equally capable of constructing an architectural monument to despair at the very edge of the map, simply to punish your own kind." I took a slow, heavy draw from my brass cigar. The steam hissed forcefully into the damp air, a white plume rising like a solitary ghost among the ruins. "I calculate," I continued, my gravelly voice echoing faintly against the broken walls, "that I am deeply grateful to be made of iron. If I possessed a human heart, this place would surely break it." Ennie didn't reply with her usual relentless optimism. She simply nodded, the rain dripping from her hair, and rested her hand against my cold, brass-plated arm. We stood together for a long time, an eternal mechanic and a mechanical intellect, bearing silent witness to the ghosts of the Convict coast, before finally turning back to the Land Rover to begin the long final push toward the shadow of the mountain in Hobart. Chapter 19. Hobart and the Mountain. There is an unspoken, universal rule among the great metropolises of the world. A city must possess room to breathe. London sprawls endlessly across its polite, rolling valleys. New York thrusts itself upward with sheer, unapologetic arrogance. Even Sydney spreads its glittering tentacles comfortably around its massive, accommodating harbor. Hobart, however, possesses no such luxury. It is a city that appears to have been physically trapped. As we rolled out of the heavy, melancholic mists of the Tasman Peninsula and entered the capital of the island state, I immediately deduced that Hobart was the victim of a profound geographical bullying. To its front lay the dark, freezing, and unfathomably deep estuary of the River Derwent. To its back rose the colossal, brooding 4,000-foot dolerite wall of Mount Wellington. The city was simply sandwiched between the deep blue and the sheer gray, clinging desperately to the foothills like a nervous houseguest who refuses to take off their coat. It is a municipality living in perpetual intimidation, I noted, my optical sensors scanning the towering snow-dusted peak that loomed ominously over the rows of Georgian sandstone buildings. I calculate that the entire populace must suffer from chronic localized claustrophobia. If that mountain ever decides to shrug, the entire city will simply be pushed into the harbor. "It's beautiful, Sam," Ennie countered, steering our filthy, mud-caked Land Rover down the winding descent into the city center. "It feels older than the mainland, like a piece of 19th century Europe that fell off a boat and floated to the bottom of the world." She was not entirely wrong. Hobart possessed a distinctly different flavor than the sun-baked, frantic expansion of the north. As we trundled past the historic warehouses of Salamanca Place, the air was sharp, with the smell of roasting coffee, old rigging, and the salty, freezing tang of the Southern Ocean. The people walking the sidewalks were heavily bundled in wool and tweed, moving with the brisk, no-nonsense stride of individuals who knew that the Antarctic was entirely too close for comfort. Ennie pulled our rattling, roaring British tractor to a halt near the docks, killing the ignition. She hopped out, jogging into a small, steaming bakery, and emerged 3 minutes later, clutching 2 paper cups of violently hot tea and a greasy paper bag filled with what she claimed were curry scallops. She climbed back into the driver's seat, handed me a cup of tea to warm my freezing iron joints, and stared through the windshield, past the masts of the fishing fleet, directly up at the towering, jagged peak of Mount Wellington. "Well," she said, chewing thoughtfully, "we've driven across the deserts. We've driven through the rainforests. We've survived the coast." My internal logic board sparked with a sudden, dreadful premonition. The amber glow of my vacuum tubes flickered nervously. "Ennie, I recognize that specific tone of voice. It is the tone you use right before you demand that we do something mathematically suicidal. We have arrived in the capital. The journey is functionally complete." "We've driven across, Sam," she corrected, pointing a grease-stained finger straight up toward the clouds. "We haven't driven up." "Absolutely not," I protested, my vocal cone vibrating with genuine alarm. I reached up and adjusted my brass cigar, venting a frantic plume of steam. "I absolutely refuse. That is not a hill, Ennie. That is a geological wall. Our vehicle is a 1948 agricultural implement powered by a reclaimed engine block we purchased from a man named Bluey in the middle of a desert. It does not possess the horsepower, the traction, or the basic, fundamental dignity required to scale an alpine peak." Ennie simply smiled, engaging the heavy clutch and throwing the gear shift into first with a metallic clunk. "Gravity is just a suggestion, Sam. Besides, think of the view." 10 minutes later, we were entirely committed to the folly. We bypassed the sensible, relatively flat streets of the city center and began our ascent up the winding, terrifying ribbon of asphalt known as Pinnacle Road. The transition was violent and immediate. The polite colonial charm of Hobart vanished in the rearview mirror, replaced by a steep, grinding climb through towering forests of mountain ash. The Land Rover's engine, which had roared so triumphantly across the flat expanses of the mainland, now let out a sustained, agonized bellow. Ennie was forced to drop into second gear, then into first, the heavy tires biting into the steepening grade as the vehicle vibrated with the sheer monumental effort of overcoming its own weight. "The British engineers who designed these brakes, Ennie," I shouted over the deafening roar of the motor, "did so with the optimistic assumption that the operator would only ever encounter polite English inclines. If we slip backward, we shall not stop rolling until we splash into the harbor." "Keep your tubes cool, Sam," she yelled back, her eyes locked on the twisting road. "She's got plenty of low-end torque." As we pushed past the 3,000-foot mark, the environment underwent a brutal alpine transformation. The massive trees suddenly shrank, surrendering to twisted, skeletal snow gums that looked as though they had been tortured by the wind. And then the trees vanished entirely. We broke through the tree line into a barren, desolate landscape of massive, shattered dolerite boulders. The temperature plummeted. The rain that had been spitting against our windshield abruptly turned to a hard, driving sleet, and then, as we rounded the final terrifying switchback, to a heavy, horizontal snow. The asphalt disappeared beneath a sheet of packed white ice. The Land Rover's rear tires lost traction, spinning wildly with a high-pitched screech before suddenly catching the rock and violently hurling us forward. "We are a mechanical mountain goat with a fatal heart condition," I bellowed, clutching the dashboard as we skidded around a corner that offered a sheer, unbarricaded drop of several thousand feet into the misty abyss. Finally, with one last gasping surge of internal combustion, the engine hurled us over the crest, the ground leveled out, and we rolled onto the flat, desolate, snow-swept expanse of the summit. Ennie cut the engine. The silence that followed was not empty. It was filled with the furious, howling scream of the wind tearing across the peak. "We made it," she breathed, her hands trembling slightly on the wheel, her breath pluming white in the freezing cabin. I pushed my heavy iron door open, the wind immediately attempting to tear it from its hinges. I stepped out, my flat metal feet crunching heavily into the hard-packed snow. The cold was absolute. It was a vicious, biting freeze that bypassed my brass plating and struck directly at my copper core. I took a draw from my cigar and opened my release valve. The steam did not even have time to form a cloud. It instantly crystallized, showering my chest in a fine spray of mechanical snow. We walked toward the edge of the observation point, leaning our entire body weight into the screaming gale just to remain upright. Standing near the precipice, entirely unfazed by the sub-zero hurricane, was a man. He was bundled in a thick, bright orange parka, peering through a set of heavy binoculars mounted on a tripod. He looked like an Arctic explorer who had simply stepped out for a casual afternoon stroll. I lumbered up beside him, my iron joints protesting the cold with loud rhythmic squeaks. "Good afternoon, sir," I shouted, my brass speaker cone pushed to its maximum output. "I would ask if you are enjoying the weather, but my processors indicate that the weather is currently attempting to murder us." The man turned, pulling a pair of heavy wool goggles down around his neck. He looked at my glowing amber eyes, the snow accumulating on my brass shoulders, and the cigar clamped in my teeth. "G'day, mate," the man yelled back, a cheerful grin splitting his frozen face. "Bit of a fresh breeze today, eh? Great visibility, though." "A fresh breeze?" I sputtered, pointing a heavy metal finger at the swirling blizzard. "Sir, I calculate the wind velocity is currently sufficient to launch a medium-sized farm animal into low Earth orbit. Why are you standing out here?" "I'm the bloke who changes the tape in the anemometer," he shouted, patting a metal pole sticking out of the rocks. "And it's a beautiful day for it. Look down there." He pointed over the edge. I stepped to the precipice and looked down. The view was staggering. It defied all my internal parameters of scale. 4,000 feet below us, the city of Hobart looked like a scattered collection of child's toys, tracing the edge of the dark, winding river. The harbor was a tiny puddle of ink. But it was not the city that arrested my logic boards. It was what lay beyond it. Stretching out from the mouth of the Derwent was the Southern Ocean. It was a vast, terrifying, uninterrupted expanse of dark, bruised water curving away with the very curvature of the earth. There was no land, no islands, no hopeful outposts of humanity. There was absolutely nothing between the edge of this mountain and the frozen, lethal wasteland of Antarctica. It was the definitive end of the world. It is profound, I murmured, my voice lost entirely to the howling wind. I felt a strange, uncharacteristic stillness settle deep within my ticking relays. Ennie stepped up beside me, shivering violently in her canvas coat, but refusing to retreat to the vehicle. She looked out at the vast, dark ocean, her eyes shining with the reflection of the snow and the sheer magnitude of the accomplishment. "We ran out of dirt, Sam!" she yelled over the gale, a wide, triumphant smile on her face. I looked back at our battered, mud-caked, frozen Land Rover, a vehicle that had been baked in the red fires of the Pilbara, drowned in the green swamps of Queensland, and shaken to pieces in the deep interior. It sat idling in the snow, ticking as its hot metal cooled, an absolute testament to the stubborn, irrational, beautiful madness of human engineering. I reached up, adjusted my brass lapels, and took a long, slow draw from my cigar. "We did, Ennie," I replied, staring out at the freezing abyss. "We have officially run out of continent. Now, if you do not mind, I calculate a 100% probability that if we do not descend this mountain immediately, I shall freeze into a solid brass statue and become a permanent smoking fixture of the local tourism industry." Ennie laughed, a sound that cut through the biting Antarctic wind. She patted my freezing iron arm, and together we turned our backs on the abyss, walking slowly toward the rattling Land Rover to begin our final descent. Chapter 20. Finis Terrae, the end of the line. There is a profound and creeping melancholy that inevitably accompanies the final miles of any great endeavor. It is a psychological weight that settles upon the mind, a sudden, acute awareness that the sprawling, infinite horizon you have been desperately chasing for weeks is about to abruptly and permanently run out of geography. Our descent from the frozen, howling summit of Mount Wellington had been a quiet affair. The sheer terror of sliding backward into the municipal harbor had kept my vocal cone firmly shut, and Ennie's hands clamped to the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity. We had slipped back through the polite sandstone streets of Hobart like ghosts retreating from the dawn, seeking the highway that led further south. We were aiming for Cockle Creek. According to my geographical database, which I had learned to treat with a profound, suspicious skepticism, it was the southernmost point of the Australian landmass accessible by a wheeled vehicle. Beyond it lay only the furious expanse of the Southern Ocean, and then the unforgiving ice shelves of Antarctica. The road south of the capital plunged us into the Huon Valley. It was a region of spectacular, moody isolation, lined with dark, tannin-stained rivers and sprawling apple orchards that had long ago surrendered their leaves to the biting autumn chill. The air here was heavy and still, a sharp contrast to the violent gales of the mountain. "We are returning to the dirt, Ennie," I noted, a hint of resignation vibrating in my brass speaker cone. The civilized, smooth asphalt of the Huon Highway had abruptly surrendered, giving way to a narrow, heavily corrugated dirt track that wound its way through dense forests of towering eucalypts and scrub. It was as if the continent, even in its final freezing extremity, could not bear to let us depart in comfort. The transition brought back the familiar violent symphony of our 1948 Land Rover. The agricultural roar of our reclaimed Alice Springs engine bounced off the dense tree line. The chassis vibrated with a bone-jarring familiarity, rattling my internal vacuum tubes and sending a series of chaotic sparks across my logic boards. Yet, looking at our vehicle, I could not muster the energy for my usual barrage of complaints. The Land Rover was no longer merely a British tractor. It was a mobile, heavily dented canvas detailing the exact brutality of the continent. The lower half of the aluminum body was permanently caked in the black, concrete-like mud of the Queensland sugarcane fields. The canvas roof, flapping violently in the draft, was dyed the bright, oxidized rust red of the Pilbara. The front bumper bore a severe indentation from our encounter with the fallen log in the Tarkine, and the entire cabin smelled fiercely of hot machine oil, damp wool, and the faint, lingering scent of Outback dust. We had broken this machine, murdered its original engine in the deep scrub, and resurrected it through sheer, stubborn human willpower. "She's holding together, Sam," Ennie said softly, her eyes fixed on the winding dirt track. Her face was lined with deep, profound exhaustion, the kind of weariness that settles into the very marrow of one's bones. Yet, beneath the grease and the dirt, the eternal terrifying spark of her optimism remained entirely undimmed. "She is operating entirely on borrowed time, baling wire, and your own irrational refusal to accept the laws of thermodynamics," I corrected gently, taking a slow draw from my cigar and venting a cloud of steam into the freezing cabin. "But against all statistical probability, she rolls." We passed through a tiny, weather-beaten logging settlement. A solitary man in a heavy woolen jumper was splitting firewood outside a tin-roofed shack. He paused, resting his heavy axe upon a chopping block, and watched our bizarre, mud-caked contraption rattle past. He did not wave. He did not point at the 8-foot-tall, steam-belching automaton in the passenger seat. He merely offered a slow, solemn nod, the quiet, respectful salute of a man standing at the edge of the world, acknowledging two travelers who were foolish enough to drive all the way to meet him. The trees began to thin out, the dense forest giving way to low, wind-battered coastal heath. The dirt track narrowed further, entirely surrendering any pretense of maintenance. We were crawling now, the engine humming a low, steady grumble as we navigated deep, water-filled potholes and jagged rocks. And then the scrub broke entirely. The track spilled out into a small sweeping crescent of pristine, blindingly white sand. Beyond the sand lay the dark, bruised expanse of Recherche Bay. The water was entirely calm in the cove, but just beyond the headlands, the massive rolling swells of the Southern Ocean crashed violently against the jagged dolerite sea cliffs, throwing plumes of white foam 50 feet into the freezing air. At the very end of the sand, the dirt track simply stopped. There was no grand monument. There was no brass plaque or ribbon to cut. There was merely a weather-beaten wooden signpost pointing out toward the water, reading, "End of the road." Ennie steered the Land Rover right to the edge of the white sand. She depressed the heavy clutch, shifted the stiff metal gear lever into neutral, and reached for the ignition key. She turned it. The sudden, absolute cessation of internal combustion was deafening. For thousands of miles across deserts, floods, and terrifying metropolitan traffic, The roar of the engine had been our constant overriding reality. It had been the heartbeat of our endeavor. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was vast, heavy, and profound. The only sounds remaining were the sharp, rhythmic tick, tick, tick of the hot cast-iron engine block cooling in the freezing air, the gentle lap of the dark water against the sand, and the low, distant howling of the Antarctic wind. Annie did not move for a long moment. She sat with her grease-stained hands resting lightly upon the steering wheel, staring out through the salt-smeared windshield at the dark horizon. I sat rigidly beside her, the amber glow of my vacuum tubes pulsing in a slow, quiet rhythm. My internal temperature gauges registered the biting cold seeping through the aluminum floorboards, but I did not engage my thermal warning sirens. I let the cold wash over my heavy iron chassis, grounding my logic circuits in the absolute finality of the moment. "Well, Sam," Ennie finally whispered, her voice barely carrying over the ticking metal, "we ran out of dirt?" She pushed open her heavy door, the hinges groaning in protest, and stepped out onto the cold white sand. I followed, my massive iron feet landing with a heavy muffled crunch. The wind hit us immediately. It was not the chaotic, multi-directional gale of the mountaintop, but a steady, heavy crushing force blowing straight off the polar ice cap. It tasted of pure, unfiltered salt and ancient ice. We walked to the very edge of the water, stopping where the small waves lapped against the shoreline. I looked back at our vehicle, sitting silent and battered at the end of the world. My mechanical mind, forged to appreciate the prose of Mark Twain and the romanticism of the 19th century, ran a rapid, sweeping calculation of the journey behind us. We had crossed a continent that was actively hostile to the very concept of life. We had baked in the red void of the Pilbara, surrounded by lithium and irony. We had sweated in the primordial, humid soup of the Darwin tropics. We had been rescued by the ancient custodians of the dust who had laughed at our maps and shown us the soul of the desert. We had stood in the shadow of Uluru, feeling the terrifying weight of deep time. We had battled the suffocating green walls of Sugarcane, the urban chaos of Sydney, the freezing gales of the Bass Strait, and the arboreal crypts of the Tarkine. I am a creature constructed of pure, calculated logic, Ennie, I murmured, my gravelly baritone vibrating against the sound of the surf. My existence is defined by predictable physics, electrical currents, and the strict adherence to mechanical law. I was built to stand in a velvet parlor and recite poetry. I turned my heavy brass-plated head to look at her. She stood with her hands buried deep in the pockets of her canvas coat, the wind whipping her tangled hair across her face, staring out at the Southern Ocean. "And yet," I continued, "you continually pluck me from my intended reality and hurl us both into the world's most terrifying, unpredictable environments. We bled oil on Route 66. We froze our joints pushing a German motorcar down the Pan-American Highway, and now we have dragged a dying British tractor across the most homicidal continent on the face of the earth." Ennie smiled softly, not taking her eyes off the dark horizon. "Are you submitting a formal complaint, Sam?" "I am submitting an observation," I corrected, reaching a heavy iron hand up to my face. I adjusted the brass cigar clamped between my teeth. "I calculate that the human spirit is a deeply flawed, mathematically absurd construct. It ignores probability. It embraces suffering. It looks at an impossible void of red dirt and decides to drive a machine through it simply to see what is on the other side. I opened my primary thermal release valve. Deep within my chest cavity, a sequence of copper relays snapped shut. A massive, thick plume of pure white steam erupted forcefully from my cigar, hissing loudly in the quiet cove. The Antarctic wind caught it instantly, whipping the vapor violently away over the dark water, carrying it out toward the ice. "But I must also conclude," I rumbled, the amber light of my core glowing brightly against the encroaching gray dusk, "that while logic is entirely safe, it makes for a profoundly boring travelogue. The maps are useless, Ennie, but the journey was spectacular." Ennie turned to me, her eyes shining brightly in the fading light. She reached out and patted my cold brass arm with a grease-stained hand. "So," she said, a wicked familiar spark suddenly reigniting in her tired eyes, "where to next, Shakespeare? I hear the roads in the Sahara are absolutely terrible this time of year." I let out a long, heavy, mechanical sigh, venting a final resigned puff of steam into the freezing air. I was made of iron and copper wire, but I belonged entirely to the road and to the madwoman who drove us down it. "Just give the engine a week to cool down, Ennie," I grumbled, staring out at the end of the world, "and for the love of all that is holy, please let us find a vehicle with functioning suspension."